a commitment that we are going to allow parties to debate the state of the city address today. In our discussions with party whips, in majority, we agree that it will be practically impossible for council to debate the state of the city address today. Then political parties then propose, then we all agree that a council meeting be convened within 14 days to allow political parties time to respond to the state of the city address and have debates. We also agree that the debate should be separated from the budget presentation and discussions. Therefore, I want to submit on behalf of all political parties that a meeting will be convened within 14 days where political parties will be given a chance to respond and to debate, but not today, as we have made the commitment earlier in that hall. That is a decision of political parties or the team that assist me to guide council. Thank you very much, councillors. That is a decision. Secondly, there is a second supplementary agenda that have been distributed. We will start our meeting, but before we deal with the second supplementary agenda, I will give you time to have caucuses so that you discuss those items in the second supplementary agenda. Then we'll reconvene and deal with the issues. Then later, the in-committee, then we will close our meeting. Thank you very much, councillors. Nyambosa, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Obviously, this is not something we expected after you gave a commitment that you would afford us an opportunity to debate this. Now that we are where we are, I think it's only fair that we get an opportunity for the DA to have a quick 5 minutes caucus so that we are able to react accordingly to this completely new dynamic that you've thrown at us now. We therefore request 5 minutes caucus.
Okay. Nyambosa, can I persuade the DA caucus not to take that 5 minutes now, but use the time I'm going to allocate to all political parties to have caucuses and also discuss the matter I'm raising. Then when we come back to caucus the supplementary agenda, you will then give us a feedback on what has been the outcome of your caucus. It's a plea, Nyambosa, because already there is time that I will give all of you to have caucuses. It's just a persuasion.
Okay, it's fine, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will give you the time. Councillors, already is 4:30. It's late in the afternoon, but we have to do council business, and we must try to move with speed. I will now request the city manager to read the notice of convening the meeting. City manager.
Honorable Speaker, His Worship the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Whip of Council, collective leadership of eThekwini Municipal Council, Ngikhuleke kumakhosi asendlunkulu, the members of the media, the members of the community who are joining us through live streaming. I hereby wish to read the notice of the meeting to all members of the eThekwini Municipal Council in terms of section 29 subsection 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998. Members are hereby notified that an ordinary meeting of the eThekwini Municipal Council will be held in the Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center on Wednesday, the 26th of the 4th, 2023 at 1300.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager. The meeting already, we have already had the national anthem earlier today. We won't have a national anthem now because earlier we have received already the national anthem. We will only move now to, we'll move now to the Speaker's report. No, yes. We will just move to Speaker's report. We are going to jump the announcement. I'm trying to save time myself so that
Speaker,
we manage time. Yes.
can I assist you, Speaker? If you can get the quorum first. I think you advised me the other day about the quorum. You do the quorum first, then you start the meeting.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks, Bob Kuala. Can we have a secretariat assisting us in confirming the quorum before we receive the Speaker's report? Our numbers have been confirmed already. 179. Babu Kuala, we have 179. I can confirm to you that we do meet quorum. Those are the numbers we have. Councillors, I will just quickly present the report to Council. You know this report is submitted in line with section 13F in our rules of order. We outline activities undertaken by the Council over the month of April. We will start with the public participation 2023-2024 budget and ITP public hearing. On the 30th of March 2023, the Council approved the 2023-2024 draft budget, and as per the statutory requirement, as contained in section 16I, which makes provision that a municipality must develop a culture of municipal municipality must develop a culture of municipal governance with a system of participatory governance to encourage local communities to participate in the affairs of the municipality, including the preparations of its budget. In line with the above-mentioned provision and in keeping with the involving communities in municipal processes, a program was developed to invite communities to comment on the draft 2023-2024 budget and ITP. As per the legislative requirement, the following hearing have been held to date. Ngomhlaka 12 April, ngo-10, bese Shukarey Xulu Stadium eClermont. Ngomhlaka 12 ntambama ngo-4, sabase Kloof Civil Hall. Mhlaka 13 April, ngo-8 ekuseni bese Coastland Hotel uMhlanga, nosomabhizinisi. Mhlaka 15 bese umnini Sportfield Ward 98 eMgababa ngomhla ka-20 ku-April besemlazi Kingswell Chini Stadium ntambama ngo-4 same day bese Chatsworth Youth Center mhla ka-23 ngo-11 ekuseni bekwi-Durban Exhibition Center sihlangene ne-sector ye-disability. The next consultation is scheduled for the 2nd of May 2023 with the last one being planned on the 11th of May 2023. It is encouraging to note committee interest in these hearings, as the turnout to date is applaudable. All valuable contributions made by the members of public have been captured and will be considered prior the finalization of the budget. It is being noted that some communities, such as Umlazi community, raised urgent matters requiring attention of the municipality. These will be timelessly attended to, since most of these identified matters do not have attached budget implications, were issues of service delivery. We've made a commitment that we will go back to wards from Umlazi to respond to the issues that were raised in that budget hearing. On community engagement meetings, in an ongoing pursuit to keep municipal residents informed of council business, community engagement remains a critical aspect of the municipality operations. It being noted that such gatherings also have to be recorded and reported accordingly. Council is reminded that other than these engagements being statutory in terms of the Council Code of Conduct, these are also monitored by National Treasurer as compulsory indicators in all municipalities, Municipality Service Delivery Budget Implementation Plan, the SDPIP, and these are quarterly reported. As the eThekwini have 111 wards, the target for the said indicator is 111 wards. Base community engagement report submitted. In the event that this target is not achieved, the administration has to make submissions to National Treasury on how the non-achievement is to be improved. Council members are therefore urged to ensure that the report from these committee engagement held are submitted as required to avoid negative reports being submitted on behalf of the municipality. Council to note that to date, there are 10 wards that have reported on committee engagement held. Those that have not submitted are urged to do so. On council membership, council to note that PR councillor vacancy for that existed from the ANC as a result of the resignation of Councillor Pellu Thuli Mkhize has been filled by Councillor Sizeni Gladness Gama. Bengicela ke simemukele ekhona phakathi kwethu siyakwemukela Councillor Gama. The office of the Speaker is in the receipt of another resignation from the DA Councillor from Ward 11. It will therefore be noted that currently we have 2 ward councillors vacancies. That is Ward 11 and Ward 73. And these will be filled through by-election to be conducted by the Independent Electoral Commission in due course. Council to further note that the Speaker office received the letter of resignation from Councillor Ntokozo Sibiya Xaba, a PR councillor from the ANC with immediate effects. This then implies that the ANC has a PR vacancy in council which will be filled in due course. Membership in Municipal Public Account Committee. At the last meeting of council held on the 8th of March 2023, It was reported that the African National Congress has a vacancy in MPEC from its 5 members as per proportional representation. A request from the ANC has been received by the Office of the Speaker requesting that one of its members, Councillor Mngonyama, be moved from MPEC and be replaced by Councillor Sizeni Gladness Gama. It is being noted that the ANC remain with a vacancy in the same committee of MPEC. Therefore, councillors, it is recommended that Councillor Sizeni Gladness Gama be appointed to serve on the MPEC representing the ANC. Councillors, I just want to make a comment in closing that on the issue of the community engagement, I can see that there's no improvement. From the beginning of our term, we are struggling on this item. Maybe we need to open a discussion or a debate on another day in council so that we understand what are the challenges that made us perform so badly, where councillors maybe will share with the Speaker some of the frustrations or problems that we have in convening these meetings. I will decide when this matter, I will present it here to council so that I'm being assisted to understand the problem in council, come up with solutions, because I have been talking about this for quite some time, but there's no improvement. Thank you very much, City Manager. Let's have the leave of absence.
Somlo,
Councillor Gwala.
ngiyaxolisa nje kodwa ngiyazi abafowethu bajahile. Kodwa bengizwalisa Somlomo la kwima report yakho ungasayivezi le ingwadle engibhekene nayo mina njengokhansela uGwala kule yokubiza umhlangano. I requested izinsiza zokubamba umhlangano wa 39 on the 6th. Ngangasizakala kwathiwe office report back imali uSomlomo akanayo kungilekelela. Bengingathanda ukuyizwa leyo ngoba imhlangano fanele siyibambe kakhulukazi omzala lapha ngaphesheya njoba beyimajority nje. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga baba uGwala. Cha. Ingakho ngithi lo daba lemhlangano ngizolivula ithuba komunye umhlangano hayi namhlanje. Sikhulume kahle ukuthi zikuphi inkinga, sizame sonke nje ukuthola isombululo nami ngisizakale with my office. Lokho ngiyakuvuma kodwa not today sokwenza kanye ilanga. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Speaker. You did mention changes in terms of council membership, and you would recall that a month ago the DA did raise a question with regard to the status of Ward 101 councillor, and you promised that we were going to respond to that in due course. Can we find out what exactly is the status there? Because from our understanding that there hasn't been a councillor there for more than a year now. What is the status of that?
Yeah, Councillor Ngiba is still not in Ward 1, but my office in Kokta.
Where is he?
Councillor Ngiba is in prison. My office and the Kokta in the province, we are dealing with the situation guided by the relevant pieces of legislations and the rules. We are communicating with Kokta in dealing with the matter. Once the matter has been concluded, council will be advised. But I can tell you that we are dealing with the matter. I got a letter. They've responded to my letter last week, but there are some few things that we have to conclude with them according to the relevant legislation, but we are dealing with the matter. Thank you. City Manager.
Sorry, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Mngwango.
Just a follow-up, Speaker, from what just said. Can you confirm that the councillor is still getting paid while in prison, and how many months he's been getting paid?
Babu Mngwango, ngikuzwa kahle.
Wabophisa unadawe.
Can you repeat yourself? I can hear you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm just doing a follow-up to what you just said to Councillor Mtetwa. Can you confirm if the councillor is still getting paid and how many months he's been getting paid by the council?
Yeah, councillor is, yes, is still getting paid. That's why I'm saying
Point of order, Speaker.
the matter is between myself and Cocta. Point of order.
Yes, Speaker. The discussion that is ensuing now, I think, is out of order because you have concluded by saying you and Cocta are working on these
And
issues.
ubani uzokhaba sephathi wena?
And you'll give this council the report once you've concluded. My fear is that these are sensitive matters which include court. And if we are not careful, we are just taken by the whirlwind of the likes of Councillor Mngwango, might end up offending on one or the other rule. So let's allow you to finalize your processes, report back to us. If we are unsatisfied with your responses, then on that date, we'll discuss the matter because it will be a report in front of us. Right now, it's just something else. Thank you.
Yeah, point,
Okay,
point of
Mr.
order is sustained. Councillor Madlala, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I wish to read the leave of absence. We're starting off with Councillor S.R. Moodley, who is indisposed today. Councillor P. Pillay, also indisposed today.
Mr. Speaker.
Councillor R. Gokul, not available today due to personal commitment. Councillor
Mr. Speaker.
Ebu,
Aye. Can you hear me now? Councillor Moodley is here.
Okay,
thank you very much, Councillor Moody. We have just been told that you have withdrawn your non-availability. Councillor S.V. Debu, who is indisposed from the 25th of the 4th to the 27th of the 4th. Councillor S.W. Mngadi, indisposed from the 24th of the 4th through to the 29th of the 4th. Councillor T.G. Makanya, who is indisposed from the 25th of the 4th through to the 26th of the 4th. Councillor B.A. Mchunu, not available today, no reason stated. Councillor S.R. Gokul, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor A.K. Paruk, who is indisposed for today. Councillor B.H. Shange, who is not available today because of personal commitments. Councillor M.A. Mkhize, not available today because of personal commitments. Councillor M.F. Ismail, not available today, indisposed. Councillor J. Jacqueline requested to leave at 5 p.m. Councillor Z.M. Mngwango requested to leave at 4:30. Councillor T. Mohammed requested to leave at 5:10. Councillor Shahid requested to leave at 4:30. Councillor M.H. Khan requested to leave at 4:30. Councillor T. Sabelo, not available today, indisposed. Councillor I. Said requested to leave at 2 o'clock. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillors, are all these leave of absent accepted? The Whip of Council, your hand is up.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Ngicela ukufaka i-leave of absence ka councillor uNobabalo Zondi ne-bereavement kwi-family.
Okay,
No councillor uNxumalo Ward 4.
thank you. Councillors, with the additions, are all accepted? Thank you very much. Let's proceed.
Speaker,
Let's have,
Speaker,
Nyambosa.
there is a long-standing leave of absence from Councillor Maggie Johnson of Ward 51. I didn't hear you reading it. If that can be also noted and be recorded.
I'm aware, thank you. Thank you. Let's have anyone to declare interest. If there's none, we will move to the minutes. The minutes for for the council meeting that was on Thursday, the 30th of March, here at Albert Lutuli Convention Center. We'll start with the corrections, starting from page 1466. One 1467,
Speaker,
yes.
there's a significant correction needed on page 1467. Do you have a copy of the minutes in front of you?
1467,
Yes.
page, paragraph.
Paragraph 512, it deals with gender-based violence, and I think it's about the fifth line. It says that the municipality condones gender-based violence, or words to that effect. I think it's supposed to be the word condemns. If you'd just like to pick up on the fifth line, please. If you'd like to read out the sentence. The fifth sentence, if you'd like to read it, please, Mr. Malusi. Fifth, paragraph 512.
Paragraph 5.2.
The fifth line, 512. If you'd like to read out the sentence, please.
Yes, Councillor Penny, what do you want to correct?
Well, just read out the sentence and you'll hear the correction. It says the council or the city or the municipality condones something about gender-based violence, the scourge of gender-based violence.
I'm trying to get your. Should
Can
be-
somebody
should
bring
be
me a copy of the
condemned,
minutes,
not
please?
condoned.
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't think this municipality condones gender-based violence. I think we condemn it.
Yeah, it should be condoned, not condemned. Yeah, thank you.
It should be condemned, not condoned.
Yeah, condemned. Yeah,
Condemn. We don't condone it, we condemn it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the corrections.
Noted.
Thank you. 1468. Corrections, 1468, 1469, 1470, 1471, 1472, 1473. I assume that you have read this minute, eh? Instead of going page by page, why don't I just allow you to raise corrections if there are any corrections? Anyone who wants to raise corrections, just give me a page in the paragraph. Kwala.
Yebo Somlomo.
Yebo,
Ngicela ukucorrecta lapha ku 1503.
1503.
Yes.
Yes, let's go to 1503.
La okuthiwa thereafter. the
Paragraph.
La okuthiwa thereafter the speaker mentioned that in terms of the rules, all councillors are allowed to speak on the item of their choices and that the municipality's legal and compliance unit is available to provide guidance and advice. Ngicela kushoda the speaker ngoba wawuthe wena Somlomo legal is there to advise you. Ngicela fanele ingene la in between. Ukuze izoqonda.
Are you doing you are doing an edition? Thanks, Bob Kwal. Any correction? Give us a page in the paragraph. Councillor Billy.
Sibonge sihlalo. Page 1523. 1523.
1523. 1523.
Kube nje I paragraph yokuqala.
Yes.
Ama minutes akho sihlalo athi in providing feedback, the DA caucus submitted its dissatisfaction in the manner in which the meeting was being conducted, citing points of orders raised not being acknowledged, the manner in which council members kept shouting at each other without being recognized by the speaker. Now, Speaker, I just want to correct that because we had gone far beyond just saying we're dissatisfied. I think the minutes should correctly say that I did indicate to you that I was insulted, including my other colleagues, ngibizwa ngamathi omlungu, ngisatshiswa.
Order.
Speaker, it's a serious matter.
Yes. Proceed, Councillor.
Because it was quite traumatic for some of us.
Okay.
So I think the minute speaker should, they should reflect exactly that what we had said to you. So I do have an amendment here, if you want me to read it out for you.
Okay, thank you. The Secretariat is doing those corrections as we speak. Any corrections? Give us a page, the paragraph. We are just correcting minute, councillors. Just corrections. Any page,
Speak.
an item, Councillor Matala?
Yes, I think we should all note that the minutes are not the blow-by-blow account of what happened in the meeting. It's a summation of the meeting. So you might find that some of if I make a 5-minute statement, it's not going to all of it be captured in the minutes. I'm not responding to the councillor across. I'm just saying for the purposes of other days, because another councillor will say, I also said this, but it's not in the minutes. The minutes are
Point of order,
a
Speaker.
very redacted
Thank you.
account of
Point of
what
order,
happened in
Speaker.
the meeting. But I'm not responding
point
to
of order,
any councillor,
Speaker.
especially around indaba yam-
Point of
yamathi
order.
Mlungu. Ngiyabonga.
Point of order, Nyambos. Councillors? Point of order, Nyambos.
Speaker, I wanted to raise the fact that we are doing corrections to the minute now. We're not making general statements the way Madala is doing. We are making corrections to the minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Councillors,
Chair
we
waka
are
government.
done now in correcting
must guide
minutes. Can I get the mover and the second of the minutes? Can I get the mover and the seconder? Councillor Mgwengwe? Angiboni lapha. Yes, Councillor Mnyandu lo. Oh, yes. Yes, Councillor, yeah, Pewa. Thank you very much. Minutes have been moved and seconded. It means they've been confirmed. Are there any matters arising? None. City Manager, we will now move straight to the agenda. We will start with do we have questions today in this? No. There are no questions, huh? There are no questions. We'll move to reports, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The first report.
Oh, sorry. Manje uMayor usekhulumile kuseni ngazi ukuthi seke wayibeka The City Manager, please read the first item. But let me allow the Deputy Mayor to check the item.
Sibonge somlomo, nginethulela umbiko wokuqala ewe executive. Siyabonga.
City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We start with the addendum report of the Human Settlements and Infrastructure Committee meeting, which was held on the 22nd of the 3rd, 2023. Item 1.1, noting of contract amendment in terms of section 1163 of the MFMA for the amendment of the specification for the construction of top structures in Ward 6 and Ward 7 Emalangeni Housing Project. Committee recommends.
Eh, the list of it. Yeah, thank you very much. I was just checking whether to have speakers in this report. The first speaker is Councillor N.C. Sibisi.
Sicelo referral back
Councillor
speak.
Kuzwayo.
Referrals back.
Sibisi, Anipen, and Kuzwayo.
Sicelo referral back speak.
Yeah, 1.1. Yes. Now, page 3, item 1.1 is Councillor Ndlovu, is Councillor Eskumete, is Councillor Kwala, Councillor Mwango, Councillor Madlala, and Councillor Kaunda. Apologies, we confuse items here, councillors. Councillor Ndlovu,
Referral back speaker. Referral back.
Councillor Kwala.
Besifisa speaker ukuthi i-item ikibuyele lapha ekomidini la human settlement for i-oversight njengoba sasixoxa kuyethusa manje siqhamuka kanje ngoba kunale yanto esibedinga ukuthi siyithole njengekomiti eyi-feasibility study ngoba the previous council sitting sikhulume nge-issue ethi ayifani yase-Bellington. Manje kukhomba ukuthi khona inkinga ekhona esifisa ukuyicorrecta njengekomiti kodwa my item isila siyacela mhlawumbe sibuye emuva siyokwenza site visit mhlawumbe sibuye sireport into ephelele. Siyabonga.
Okay, ngiyezwakala. Councillor Kwala, ngicabanga ukuthi ke that was your submission in trying to persuade council to support your proposal. Councillors, there is a proposal to refer this item back to the committee. Is the proposal supported?
Supported.
Okay, can we
No.
Can we have the screen, please? Let me have the screen. Oh, thank you. I just want to start with those who are in support of the item being referred back. Those who are supporting that the item be referred back, please raise your hands. Can I have the numbers? Okay, let me move to those who are voting against, those who are not in support.
Bagadwe namalungu bahlale bethuma wenda kuhlehlisa izinto wedwa. Bakangawo.
Thank you very much. Those who abstain? Those who abstain? Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. Those who are in support of the proposal, the number is 70. Those who are against, the number is 106. Those who abstain, 2. Therefore, the item will be discussed here. It won't be referred back. It has been rejected by the majority. Thank you very much. Let's continue with our list of speakers. Councillor Ndlovu.
Thank you, Speaker. I think we have noted in the committee that an oversight was indeed required to be done in regards to this item. But we have agreed that we cannot stand on the way of service delivery and the development, especially when it comes to wards that are black dominated. In that regard, then we have agreed that we are going to support this development to proceed, but an oversight then should be done by the committee to ensure that this amount of money ecelwa lapha kule development indeed izosebenza ngendlela efanelekile. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Siyabonga Katsheni. Councillor Komete.
Angibonge Somlomo. Siqale nje siwamukele umbiko siqembu le-ACDP. Somlomo njengeqembu le-ACDP sithi uhlelo lolu uhlelo oluhle kakhulu oluya emphakathini futhi oluya kubantu bakithi abamnyama. Kodwa sine concern A1 ukuthi uma sibuka kahle hle ngokwama report abekwe lana engathi bekubalekile ukuthi kuyiwe kuyohlolwa kuqala ngoba sibonile ukuthi ikhathe eziningi abantu bayakhelwa imixhaso benzelwe konke kodwa egcineni uthola ukuthi lezo zindlu ezinama fault. Ngikhuluma nje nawe kunomama le eward 29 onendlu ongathi mawuqaqa iroof ngawa ngisho kuwo okusho ukuthi lezi zinto ziyenzeka ngenxa ukuthi sivele sijahe ukuapprove isingakayi ko check ukuthi uhlelo ngabe lihamba kahle yini ngokusemqoko. Ngenxa ukusho lokho ke thina njengeqembu le-ACDP sizo abstaina kulolu daba until kuze kwenziwe oversight. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ngoni. Councillor Kwala.
Asibonga Somlomo. Iyahlupha lento Somlomo ngoba shuthi ngempela kusamele sisebenze kanzima njenge-IFP ukulwisana nenkohlakalo. Ngoba ngeke ngachaza ke Somlomo ukuthi njenge-IFP ikomiti likababa uMvubu ngempela kufanele kube ikomiti le-oversight. Kumele simhloniphe ubaba uMvubu, simnike amandla njoba simvotele la usihlalo. Kodwa uma usizomncintsha amandla izosixaka lento ngoba abanye bahambile behanjiswa zinkingi. I-oversight angazi noma mhlambe iyaqhathana yini. uMavundla was doing oversight now and then. Kunamhlanje siyazi ukuthi nje ama waste water treatments awasebenzi out of 27 siyazi ukuthi it's only 2 asebenzayo. Manje siyithole ngo deputy mayor ubaba uMavundla. So ithi leyanto ikomiti ubelida ngempela baba uMavundla ngoba ubelisa kwi oversight. Manje mase khona ubaba uMvubu Sengazi ukuthi unqindwa amandla. Ngiyacela ukuthi uNkulunkulu naye amupha amandla. Ubaba
Uyaxova wena.
avuleka amehlo.
Amvula ingqondo.
Ayibone lento ukuthi
Siyabonga Councillor Gwala, Councillor Mncwango. Umncwango akasekho. Councillor Madlala.
Isikhathi sikapheli kodwa lapha eSomlomo.
Councillor Madlala.
Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo ohloniphekileyo. Cha sicela ukuthatha leli thuba nje sibongela abantu basemalangeni. Ngalezi indlu ezamakhulukhulu ezokwakhiwa lapha ya. Umphakathi lona kuba uyingxenye yaseThekwini kodwa okade ubukeka usilele ngemuva entuthukweni kakhulukazi intuthuko yezezindlu. Siyabonga futhi ukuthi ikomiti likwazile ukuthi melihleli libone into yokuthi kubalekile ukuthi lihambe liyokwenza ukuhlola libheke ukuthi isimo sihamba kahle kuma project kodwa futhi labo elayibheka nento yokuthi ukuya kohlola kumele kube sekuba into esetshenziswa njengomgoqo ovimba endleleni yentuthuko. Ngakho ke siyabonga kakhulu siyanxusa bonke abakhona la ngaphakathi ukuthi si-approve le report sibabongela abantu abazothola izindlu bese ke siyaliqhugquzela ke ikomiti ukuthi ke liqhubeke lihambe liyoyenza oversight ngoba kusho ukuthi ngoba naku sesi-approve namhlanje kusasa kuzobe sekuyaqala kuyakhiwa ukuthi sisekhona isikhathi sokuthi ikomiti lingaqhubeka liyokwenza oversight nama processes angaphakathi ebeqhubeka futhi mangabe lihambile ikomiti kusasa layokwenza oversight kwakhona into eliyibonayo eyidinga ukulungiswa lizobuya ikomiti lizosho ukuthi lezi zinto ayilungise ikwazi ukuthi ilungiswe okusho ukuthi intuthuko yabantu ayihambe iye kubona ingavinjelwa. Siyabonga.
Thanks Councillor Madlala. His worship the mayor. You are covered. Okay, thank you. The mayor is covered. Councillors, the recommendation agreed? Thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are now on page 6, item number 2, the report of the Governance and Human Resources Committee from their meeting which was held on the 12th of the 4th, 2023. Item number 2.1, request to commence with the application process for the 2023-2024 SANRE granting aid allocations. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. I've got speakers on this item. Councillor NMCB, Councillor Anipen, Councillor Kuzwayo. In that order, Councillor Msebi.
Thank you, Speaker. As the EFF organization, we do agree that this process should commence since we have few days to go to the closing date, which is 30th of June. However, fortunately, I'm in a committee which is the biggest one in the eThekwini municipality, which is governance, human resource. We agreed that we should have a training towards our community to be trained in this. Also, the councillors will need a training. So as the organization, our plea is that the process of training should be conducted to speed it up as we are looking forward to the closing date. Also, those who are conducting the process regarding this SANRE granting aid should at least also look at all wards. At least they must also bahlomule nabo amawadi wonke since ngikhona kuyona ikomiti. I've seen amawadi mhlambi iwadi elilodwa lithola mhlambi ama NGO or NPOs abantu abawu3 abakwazi ukuthi bahlomule. So as the EFF will also like ukuthi ba laba benza noma aba-checker abantu laba ba-meet ama-criteria bakwazi ukuthi balibhekelele lolu hlangothi. Siyabonga kakhulu, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Msebi. Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the IFP recognizes the value and the importance of this program. We applaud civil society organizations. These are non-profit organizations, faith-based organizations, civic bodies, etc., for the role they play in assisting government in areas where sometimes government cannot reach through legislation and governance. We also appreciate the advances made in making this process more easily accessible by using the online platforms and WhatsApp line. However, Mr. Speaker, we hope to see a fair, equitable, and transparent process free of political interference. We would also like to see a commitment that the application forms will be circulated to both PR and ward councillors. We hope that the qualifying beneficiaries will be selected from among all demographic areas and groups, ethnic communities, including minority communities as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anipen. Councillor Kuzwayo.
Siyabonga kakhulu somlomo wethu ohloniphekile siyabingelela kuma khansela ethu lapha eMkhandlu waseThekwini omkhulu. Cha uhlelo lolu lwe granting aid luhlelo olubaluleke kakhulu ngoba sonke siyaqonda ukuthi uhulumeni wethu uyazama ngendlela azama ngazo uqinisekisa ukuthi abantu bakithi bayasizakala. Kodwa kukhona la ungakwazi ukufinyelela khona la suke sesidinga ke ukuthi silekelele noma selulele isandla inhlangano ezizimele. Lama organization ke adlala enkulu indima ikakhulukazi kule mkhakha oyibonayo ibhaliwe lapha kwi report ekwazi nokulekelela ukususa abantu abasha kwizinto ezingasile njengezidakamizwa. Asisho ukuthi imali esibanikeza yona yanele ukuthi ngampela bengakwenza lokhu ngokuphelele, kodwa iyakwazi ukuthi at least igcinela uma organization ephila kube khona ama activities akwazi ukuthi awenze kuma ward esisuka kuwona. So ke siyancoma kakhulu umsebenzi wenziwe idepartment kule regard. Siyaqonda futhi ukuthi 2 weeks ago bekade kukhishwa yona le mali yale process 2 yaqala iyavula mhla ka3 benikezwa bebe applyile kulokho okudlule, and siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi kuhambe kahle kakhulu ama organization ajabule. Siyakhola futhi nemphakathi imali eyosebenza kuyona izokwazi ukuthi ijabule ngoba kuba buhlungu speaker ukuthi ubone kunabantu abazama ukuthi beorganize ngokwezemidlalo kodwa bengabi nalo ijezi bedlale ngama vest nangezikipa zabo, abanye bedlale beqimbile. Kube kukhona umkhandlo ongakwazi ukuthi ukwenze kulula isandla. Kuba buhlungu ukuthi kuthiwe kuneqembu lendlamu elikhona endaweni liqoqa izingane ezincane lifundisa ukusina indlamu kodwa lezo izingane zisina ngezikhindi ezifunda ngazo isikole. Ihlazo lela akuyonto engabe siyayivumela. Ngakho njengo African National Congress sithi siyayisupport le process ukuthi ayiqhubeke iye phambili. Siyavumelana no colleagues lapha ngaphesheya beEFF ukuthi impela ayenziwe itraining zama organization azi ukuthi le mali uyiapplyela kanjani, uyithola mawunjani, ithini qualifying criteria ukuze kube uhlelo oluvulelekile oloba phambi kwa wonke umuntu. Ngakho ke njenge African National Congress siyayisupport le item. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kuzwayo. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you very much, Mr. Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 8, we are on item 2.2, request for approval of the revised eThekwini Municipalities Communication and Marketing Strategy. Committee recommends.
Page 8, item 2.2. Councillor Mieni, Deputy Mayor.
Siyabonga Speaker, njenga National Freedom Party siyalimukela lolu hlelo ngoba silibona ukuthi lizosilekelela kakhulu ekutheni indlela esikhuluma ngayo kuba indlela esihambisa umyalezo ocacile. Izosilekelela futhi nasekutheni indlela esihambisa ngayo umyalezo kucace ukuthi ubani onegunya lokuhambisa umyalezo muphi khona ozokwenza ukuthi abahlali baseThekwini uma ngabe kunomyalezo kube umyalezo ocacile noqondile ngoba njengamanje uthola ukuthi imyalezo esiyihambisayo iyahlukana ngoba ayikho lukho uhlelo olucacile ekutheni uma ngabe si-communicate kanjani. So siyalimukela uhlelo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mieni. Councillors, item 2.2, are the recommendation agreed?
No.
Agreed.
No.
No.
There are those who are saying no. There are those who are saying no. Secretariat, can I have the screen so that we vote? Thank you. Right, let me start with those who are in support of the item. Those who are saying yes.
Awukwala mfowethu mphephethu.
Zotshela uGeneral uMpanza nibophe nini.
Ithini ngulube ecweciwe.
Thank you very much. Those who are voting against, those who are against, right? Those who abstain, those who abstain.
Sorry, Speaker, I can't see the KZN either. Speaker? Speaker? I can't see the KZN. Oh. Yes. Sorry, Speaker.
PRM and KZN can I get to indication?
Yes, KZN 4.
PRM.
PRM abstains.
Can I get whether they are voting against or in support?
He says 4, KZNI, 4.
4.
Yes.
Okay, that is KZNI.
Yes, KZNI.
Is 4.
Yes.
Right, PRM?
PRM abstains for that.
Opinion, Swell?
PRM abstains, Baba.
Or you abstain?
Yes, Baba.
Thank you. Right. Those who are in support of the item, 126. Those who are against, 0. Those who abstain, 51. Therefore, the item will be carried through with the majority votes. Thank you very much. City Manager.
Honorable Speaker, on page number 10 is the report of the Community Services Committee from their meeting which was held on the 13th of the 4th, 2023. Item number 3.1, a request for authority to implement the Moses Mabhida Stadium Network Refresh Project within the 2022-2023 financial year. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Councillor Chimia. Councillor Myeni. Councillor Vincent Mkize. Councillor Kevin Hector. Councillor Sisoga. Councillor Mwango. Councillor Sokabaso Mwango Siambeni. Let me write in that order. Councillor Mayor.
Ngibonge ngibingelele somlomo ngibingelele nama colleagues onke. As much as sivumelana nale item si economic freedom fighters, but nje kunesexwayiso especially from the side of the officials and the committee ukuthi we agree ukuthi we need security upgrade to meet the international standard in Moses Mabhida. And we believe that the said money here or suggested figure is a true reflection. However, we request in future that in a committee, when such matters are being discussed, there has to be a presentation on the side of the officials, like the bill of quantities to say what type of security upgrades are you going to do, where are you going to source the material, the labor and the likes. So when we were debating in our caucus, probing the members who are part of the committee, we're really not content about the processes that took place, which led to the decision. However, we understand the importance of those upgrades. AFCON is coming up, and the MAPIDA, we understand, is also not making a profit, and we are worried as economic freedom fighters. And this thing of COVID has been used as an excuse. Look at ICC, it has a surplus. It was also affected by the COVID. So I think those officials who are entrusted to look after MAPIDA needs to come up with a strategy, a viable strategy. So that is what we want to say, Speaker, as economic freedom fighters. But in principle, we agreed that there has to be some upgrade. And we were made to believe that looking at the issue at hand, we were made to believe that the money is really for those upgrades. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mayor. Councillor Bieni, Deputy Mayor.
Sibonge somlomo njenga-National Freedom Party siyakunaka ukuthi kuyihlazo ukuthi umasipala omkhulu njengeTheku isikhathi la oqala khona ukwenza ukuphucula sibe sikwi-4th Industrial Revolution. Sithi-ke kubalulekile ukuthi uma siqhubekela phambili sicacise nokuthi lolu hlelo lolu luzosilekelela ey'ntweni ey'ningi. Ezinye zezinto ezosilekelela ukuthi sikhala ngobugebengu obukhona, sikhala ngokuthi even kuma-stadium ethu kunama-incident la sike sabona khona kufika abantu bephethe amathikithi angekho emthethweni. So sibona ukuthi lolu hlelo luzosilekelela kakhulu ngoba kuzosho ukuthi i-stadium sethu siku-international standard, sizokwazi futhi nokuvikela ekutheni abantu uma bengabe beya khona beyosebenzisa babe comfortable ukuthi zonke izinto ezikhona ziseqophelweni eliphezulu nelifanele le stadium. So siyakusekela.
Point of order, Samlo.
Thank you, Councillor Gwala. But mandi point of order, engasasho ukuthi ethule.
No, abengifuna ukuzwa ukuthi Deputy Mayor uthi luzobasiza kodwa ngibona athi uyedwa la.
Kahle Gwala.
Logic is very important. Logic.
Kahleni, Kabazela.
Speaker, just a point of clarity, nje. Speaker. Sorry, Mkhize.
Mkhize, Vincent.
Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Just for future reference.
Order, councillors.
To assist us in future, while I can say us because we are 57 here. For future, Mr. Speaker, I just want to check, how many minutes does the NFP have speaking time? Because I see there, they have 12 minutes left.
How many minutes?
How many minutes do they have?
Talking.
The NFP.
Does it exist? 1
minute.
Is it 1 minute? Is it 1 minute, 12 minutes, 30 minutes?
The team will check that, but currently sitting here, I can't tell you because I don't have that detail. But the team will check that. Mkhize?
Ungaquery former party yakho mthetho.
Mkhize?
I was, yes.
Order. Councillors, order. Councillor Mkhize on the floor.
Speaker, can we address that first?
No. Mthetho, I've responded.
NFP iphuma iyokhokhasa madoda ingasixabanisi.
I have responded.
Sorry?
I have responded that currently I don't have that information in front of me. The team will check that and confirm it. But let's allow Mkhize to address council. Mkhize?
No, ngiyabonga Samlomo. Speaker, while we understand that as a city we own Imus Mabhida, it is, yes, an international icon, infrastructure, and as the report before us, it says it's looking for a request to do an upgrade on a network infrastructure. Speaker, we are in a view that those upgrades, as good as they may be, but not at this stage. As the people of eThekwini at the moment, they are dying need of the water, and the continuous load shedding that are affecting us as in the city is affecting a lot, or in terms of the service delivery in the water specific. If maybe this item should have been prioritized on the matters that are affecting the lives of people on daily lives, then we'll be on a better position to say this item before us, it is there to be considered. But at the moment, we feel that, Speaker, this item can wait up until the service delivery that is expected in our community are adhered to. And as we are speaking currently, Mr. Speaker, the people of Ntuzuma, they've got no water. Yes, this item is looking for 36 million rand, although not now, as it says, the stadium or the unit doesn't have that money at the moment. But the money will be sourced towards the end of the financial year. With us, we have found it being difficult to support this item at this stage, because the stadium should be generating own revenue and make its own income. We feel that it is continuously being the burden to the taxpayers of people of eThekwini. Up until now, the officials of which the unit has not been providing the strategic plan, as to say, maybe in a short, medium, or long term, the stadium on its own will be able to generate its own revenue to help the people of eThekwini not continue supporting or being putting money in the stadium. At the moment, Speaker, we say, yes, those upgrades are good because we own the infrastructure, but not at this time. At the moment, we feel that we should look at what is most important, which is affecting the daily lives on daily basis. For example, Speaker, at the moment, we have a crisis in our province, whereby the kids at our schools have got no feeding scheme has been stopped. Although we know that the feeding scheme is not at the mandate of the municipality, but as a caring city, maybe we should showing the care that we intervene while we can see there is a gap where there's still a problem over there, to prioritize this kind of initiative instead of saying we need this money in the stadium. We believe that this can wait. We can live without this up until the service delivery is prioritized to the people of eThekwini. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, Kabazela. Councillor Kevin, today is your birthday party. Is your birthday? Happy birthday, Councillor Kevin. You can speak. You can speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping you're going to sing for me, but we'll save that for afterwards. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just to clarify here, and I know that the Deputy Mayor is looking really bright today and quite beautiful, and I think maybe she also knew it was my birthday, so dressed up for me. But I just want to clarify that, and this was something that was discussed in our committee, where there's this confusion between the term maintenance and refresh. Refresh basically means to upgrade. Maintenance means an ongoing process on keeping something in its present form. So now we mustn't term this maintenance. Maintenance should have been ongoing for the last 13 years, which we have not seen much of, and we actually don't see much of it anywhere in the city. But this is an upgrade to a system that want to bring it up to the present first world standard. And so that we can offer these first world and these world-class events. But the reality is that Durban, eThekwini, and the stadium are not attracting these world-class events to make this viable. people aren't coming to our city because of the state of the city. So as my colleague, Councillor Mkees said, you know, we've got a situation where there is no money for this. It was not budgeted. But the stadia are going to find 36 million in savings. So we've got to ask the question is, where do these savings come from? Is it from other stadia that are actually utilized by the residents of our cities? Or is it from the fact that we're not getting events at the stadium, so they didn't have to spend the money? So that's the first point that we have to start asking ourselves. Yeah, and then we got to look and say, yes, the situation in the city is that, you know, budgets are allocated to various units, and so the stadia have their own budget. But we heard the mayor giving us this great explanation of how beautiful our city is and the fantastic state it's in, and all these great plans and how wonderful. The reality is, we all know on Monday, residents' associations, the representatives of the people of the city, marched to City Hall. And I asked, through you, Mr. Speaker, I asked the mayor, were they there to demand an upgrade of Moses Mabhida Stadium that is just a big black hole that we are pouring money into? Or were they there to ask for the basic services that are not being supplied? And the answer is quite simple. They want the sewage to stop flowing down their streets. They want the grass to be cut so that there are no accidents, because the grass on the center islands of roads is so long people can't see oncoming cars. They want their street lights. When you finish, can we stop the clock so the speaker can hear me? Sorry, Mr. Speaker. All right, if I can carry on. Yeah, the bottom line is they want the city working. They want what they are paying for and what they deserve. Yeah, so we've got to look, and in a bigger picture, 36 million is not a lot of money if you look at the city's budget. But for somebody who doesn't, as my colleague said, somebody who doesn't have water, somebody who has been hijacked because their streetlights haven't worked for over a year, yeah, somebody who's been hijacked because the grass next to the road is so thick that they can't see the people hiding in it. 36 million rand is a lot of money. So I ask everybody sitting here today, if you can honestly with your conscience say that our city is in a good condition and we can afford to blow 36 million rand on upgrading a communication system in a stadium, well, then you can vote for it. But I don't believe anybody can do it with their right conscience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kevin. Councillor Susoga.
Thank you, Speaker. First and foremost, I think we need to be mindful of prevailing empirical evidence that states that the stadium was built and completed in 2009. Hence, it has been 14 years. So with any software that was useful and conducive back 14 years back, definitely not conducive 14 years later. And we must be mindful of the fact that we are currently on the 5th industrial revolution. Hence, we need to upgrade our system. Unfortunately, the system that we have at Moses Mabhida is interlinked. It's linked with your ticketing, your security system, your cameras, and everything else. Now, if we are not to upgrade like we need to right now, it will mean we'll end up with a stadium that is not functioning, and it will be just sitting there as a white elephant. And as the city, we cannot then afford to have such a huge investment that is left to decay. And secondly, what we need to be cognizant of is the fact that we need to have a well-rounded society. So now, if we are going to sit here and argue the importance of having sewer, water, and all those things, and not be mindful of the fact that there must be equilibrium in the sense that we need to have a society that is involved in sports. That stadium also contributes to the economy of our city, because when you have people coming in to play in that stadium or have functions, they stay in our hotels and they generate income. So if we are going to be one-sided in our approach of things, we'll have a society that doesn't play sports, a society that is depressed because there is no balance. So we must, in as much as I am mindful and support the fact that we need to budget for other things. Equally so, we need to budget for things that are seen as leisure and that contribute sports that takes our kids away from crime. So it's very, very important. And the issue of upgrade, I am, Speaker, I'm not too sure. The gentleman before me, his body language. Can you sit still for a minute and listen to me while I talk? Thank you. Lastly, Speaker, the issue of upgrade. I think we need to invest in upgrade now, because if we do not invest in upgrading the stadium, it's not going to work, and then we'll end up with a situation where instead of spending 36 million, we'll be forced to spend far, far more than that. So as African National Congress are here to say this money will be best used if we were to invest in upgrading the stadium system right now so that it functions to 100% or to its full capacity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sloga. Councillor Sokawas.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. I-network upgrade iwumgogodla webusiness lwezinsiza zokuthuthukisa ibhizinisi kanye nokuhlaliswa kwama-client ethu. Sizokwenza ukuthi ke ibe improved ukusebenzisa iziqandisi ama-air condition nama-screens nokuqinisekisa ukuphepha kuma-cameras. Ezokwazi ukugcina imininingwane efunakalayo ukuqeda ubugebengu. Izosilekelela ukuthi sikwazi ukufica itechnology ekhona njengamanje kumazwe ngamazwe ezindaweni ezemidlalo. Ukuqophisana nakwamanye amazwe kuzosilekelela kakhulu. Izosiza futhi ekuthenini njengoba siseduze kolwandle kuney'ntambo kanye nezinsimbi esezidlekile okufanele ukuthi zilungiswe. Nanokuthi kuma-PA systems ethu sizokwazi ukuthi silekeleleke kakhulu abe ku-standard esifunalakayo. Siyafisa-ke futhi ukuthi emphakathini siwazise ukuthi ontabakayikhonjwa i-DA uma nje izwa ukuthi kufanele ihambe iye e-stadium ihambe bese iya kuyimida ifike ibheke bese ihamba iya kuyimida isiyosho yonke into eyithandayo. Bese kuthi mase kufanele sizilungise lezo zinto.
Speaker.
Bese iyaqala ikhulume kakhulu. Siyafisa ukuthi umphakathi.
I'm just requesting your ruling. Is it in order for Councillor Sokabase to call it the on Tabakaikonjo? Is it an acceptable language to use? I'm waiting for your ruling, Mr. Speaker. Is it in order that we are called on Tabakaikonjo?
Yebo.
Order. Councillor Mtetwa. I must admit that even myself, I don't understand the word on Tabakaikonjo. It might be difficult for me, order. It might be difficult for me to make a ruling or to guide the meeting on the term that I don't understand myself. But let's allow Councillor Kabase to proceed and avoid such utterances, although I don't understand the meaning. Zama? Conclude your debate.
Ngiyafisa ukuthi Speaker siutshele umphakathi ngoba benzela ukuthi badukise abantu. Uma kuukuthi kuyolungiswa i-stadium bakhuluma kakhulu. Bafaka load shedding ayihlangani nale mali i-load shedding. Bafaka uwater ukwa infrastructure. Musana ukudida abantu bomphakathi. Ezemidlalo leziyana ezine committee lawo la kwa Community Services Committee. Nawo one budget yawo okufanele uyisebenzise ngendlela efanelekile. I-stadium esomphakathi nesezwe la South Africa. Siyacela ukuthi enani ngakuxubi nenze ukuthi nidida abantu ukuthi ngoba namanje la eSithekwini sisenkingeni yamanzi bese nifuna ukuthi abantu baye ngalapho. Nihluleke ukubatshela ukuthi i-budget nomnyango wayo leso isebenzisa ifaneleke ukuthi sisebenzise la kufanele sisebenzise khona kwi-stadium. Siyafisa futhi ukuthi umphakathi wazi ukuthi nifike nivimbe kanje masenza izinto bese kuthi mase kufanele ukuthi lezo zinto isebenze nihambe nenze lento eniyenze kuma swimming pool bese nihamba kuwo wonke ama media station nikhuluma kabi ngeTheku. Kodwa imali yayo nibe nazi kahle ukuthi yathathwa imali kuleli komiti yahamba yayosebenza ingqala zisinda. Namanje nifuna ukuthi singasilungisi lesa stadium ukuthi mase kuyovotwa nihambe niyoma lapha ngentaba nithi ena sisilungisile stadium. Sizosilungisa stadium. Niyathanda anithandi sizosilungisa. Siyabonga.
Point of order, Speaker.
Speaker.
Thank you
Nina
very much.
bonke abangayikhonjwa.
Order.
Thank you very much, Council Kabasa. Councillors,
Order, Speaker.
are the resolution agreed?
Agreed.
No.
Right, thank you. Can I have the screen? Those who are saying you know. Have the screen,
Speaker.
please.
Speaker.
Those who are saying
Abayikhonjwa.
yes,
Speaker. Order.
yes. Councillor Kubheka.
Speaker, mina bandla
Kahle
ngiyaqala.
Kubheka. Ngiyakhomba kodwa ukhuluma ngeyiphi item?
No, Speaker. Mhlawumbe ngicela incazelo la kuze ngingaphoxeki nami ngelinye ilanga. Ukuthi uNtaba akayikhonjwa yini? Mhlawumbe sichazele njengekhansela. Umuntu ofana nawe.
Nawu
Those order councillors, those who are in support of the item. Yeah. Those who are in support, those who are saying yes.
Phamisa
The
mthetho.
item must be approved. Those who are in support.
Phamisa
Kusho
Kubheka
ukuthi-
ngesekho umncwango.
Kusho ukuthi Kubheka ngizoba ne problem in my council meeting. I must bring interpreters. Kanye nenqolobane yesizwe. Bangitolekele amagama lawo esizulu ajulile. Those who are in support, Secretariat are done. Thank you. Ningahlisa izandla. Those who are voting against. Those who are voting against.
akayikhonjwa.
Ontaba.
Ontabe.
Yeah, ihamba kahle moon shop.
You shot ne.
Siyabonga. Bengicela ke laba who are abstaining, those who abstain.
Noma engasekho umncwango.
Thank you very much, councillors. Those who are in support of the item, 120. Those who are against, 52. Those who abstain, 4. Therefore, the item will be carried through. Thank you very much. Just proceed, City Manager.
Honorable Speaker, we are on page 11, item number 4. It's a report of the Finance Committee from their meeting which was held on the 19th of the 4th, 2023. Item 4.1, review of the terms of reference for the Finance Committee. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation agreed, councillors? Thank you, City Manager.
Item number 4.2 on page 12, budget statement report for the quarter ended 31st March 2023. Committee recommends.
Page 12, 4.2, I've got Councillor Ben. I've got Councillor Roy McPherson. I've got Councillor Nkosi. Councillor, I can't see the surname, but it's Councillor.
It's Beasley.
Action SA, Councillor Shezi, then Councillor Gasa. Let's start with Councillor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a famous novel by Charles Dickens, written in the 19th century, called A Tale of Two Cities. It's a work of fiction, but it's based on historical circumstances and facts of the time. In the State of the City address this morning, we had one version of the city. It is partially based on facts, and it's the facts which are the circumstances we find ourselves because of 25 years worth of bad governance of this municipality by the party which still governs it, but not for long. I'm going to tell you about the other real state of the city. It's the city we live in today, which is set out in the budget statement report. And I'm going to extract some facts so that we realize where we do actually live. It's not the DA's imagination, it's the municipality's own records. The first fact is the fact that we are still consistently underspending on maintenance. This document is at the end of the 9th month of the 12 months of the year, so it's 3/4 of the year. We've only spent 4.75% of what the target of 8% should be for spending on maintenance. So we're going to, in the last 3 months of the year, get ourselves up to the target of the total expenditure on maintenance. I doubt it. The other fact which is deplorable is the cash collection rate. It's only 93%, which is why we have increasing debtors at a most alarming rate, which I'll touch on in a few minutes. The other fact which is alarming is the water distribution losses of 58.8% of the water we buy, we don't sell. And the object of buying the water is to sell it so that we can make a profit to cover some of the expenses of distributing that water and other expenses. And let's look at the contributions to the municipality's finances by the various trading services. We call them trading services. They're supposed to do things profitably and contribute to the well-being of the city. Electricity, by this stage of the budget, should have produced a surplus of 115 million. In fact, it's a deficit of 162 million, a swing of 280 million in the trading of our municipality. Water is supposed to have produced a surplus of 412 million by the 9th month of the year. In fact, the records show that it's produced a surplus of 872 million, which is a very strange 460 million improvement on what the budget should be, because as we all know, the water supply in the city is in a state of crisis. Sanitation was supposed to have broken even with a surplus of 247 million, and it remains about the same. And solid waste is about wiping its own face. But the big problem is the capital expenditure and funding, on which we are grossly underspent, which we do year after year. Under housing, at the end of the 9th month, we've only spent 42.7% of the budget. We project we're going to spend 100% by the end of the year. Underwater, we've only spent 39.3% of the budget for the whole year. Sanitation, only 29.24%, and solid waste, only 33% of the budget. We really cannot carry on that basis. When we talk about debtors, we've reached an alarming figure of 23.29 billion owed to the city, of which, and here's the crisis, 16.8 billion is owed by households. It's people like us sitting around in this table who can't afford to pay for the rates, the electricity, the water, and yet we want to hit them with double-digit increases in all these expenses. My colleague Rory will deal with the issue of the details of the debtors' issues. But there's one I want to highlight, which I have highlighted previously. It's the Transnet debt, which is our biggest debtor, of 987 million. And Mr. City Manager, I address myself now specifically to you to ask you to please ask the Legal Services Unit to produce to the next meeting of the Finance Committee a report on the state of the litigation, so that at least the councillors and the residents of the city can get some understanding. All we're telling the residents in this report and the Provincial and National Treasury is that the amount is 987 million without any details of the status of the litigation. I'm not asking for the evidence, I'm asking for the state of play in the litigation. That's all I have to say. Thank you. My colleague will deal with the rest.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ben. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Look, in the AG's report, they quickly bring it together and they say the liquidity ratio for this council, this city is under pressure. And if we continue the way that we are, then paying our own creditors, we're going to be in a problem situation. Our debtors is now 23 billion. Water makes up 38% of that, rates 26%, electricity 16%. This is revenue not collected. We're 4 billion rand worse off in debt than we were a year ago. 4 billion. For the media that is still listening, 4 billion worse off. Which business do we know that can sustain that? Look at Eskom and SAA and every other ANC aligned business. They go the same route. We are headed that way. This directly imports, of course, on service delivery, such as housing, infrastructure, and security, as we are becoming a lawless city. What is the ANC's response to this, to the uncollected debt because of no political will? What's your response? We'll go and borrow. What we'll do is we'll raise our tariffs. We'll raise, although Amgani Water is passing on a 5.5% water tariff, what are we going to do? We're going to pass on a 14% increase to households. We'll pass on a 15% increase. What we'll do is we'll punish those that do pay and we'll let off those that don't pay because you don't have the political will. You top slice, Eskom, 17.5% increase. What does this ANC do? We'll pass on a 22% increase. We'll top slice, we'll punish those that pay because we won't collect the debt. In the mayor's speech, he makes reference. We're going to do a priority partnership with PRASA and Transnet. They are defaulters themselves. PRASA owe 11 million. Transnet owe 149 million. We want to go into business with partners that can't even pay their way.
Order, Speaker. Councillor McPherson.
Now that's the reality of it.
Councillors.
Please stop my time.
Councillors, let's allow the councillor to finish his point. Let's not disturb him, please. Proceed.
Speaker, on the point of order, Speaker. On the point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Hlengwa, then I'll come to Billy Hlengwa. Order, councillors, order. Ngicela ukhansela ehlisa umoya. Manje siyasithethisa sisamuza ngisho ukuthi uthini. Mhlambe ekhulumele phansi nje kahle bese uyathandaza. Thank you, Councillor Billy. Order. Says it. Order, councillors. Councillor Billy.
Speaker, Councillor Rory is on the floor. He's not expressing his own personal frustration. He's expressing the frustration of the residents of the city.
Sorry, councillors. Councillor Billy.
Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order once again. I've raised this with you in the past. Councillor McPherson is on the floor expressing the frustration of the residents of the city. It's not his own personal frustration. While he's on the floor, he's being distracted. And for some of the leaders, including Councillor Madlala, it's a laughing matter.
Order, councillors.
Speaker,
councillors, please behave. Order.
We are sincerely, Speaker, asking that you take control of these meetings, that you protect speakers that are on the floor, including Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Speaker, can you please commit to this? Because it's not right that our speakers are distracted constantly.
Your point is taken, Councillor Bill. Thank you very much. McPherson, you're on the floor. Councillors, let's not disrupt the meeting. McPherson, on the floor.
Order, Speaker.
Order,
You know,
councillors. Can we allow Councillor McPherson to
I'd be
finish?
disappointed if I didn't get the sort of commentary that does come across from the House, because it's when I speak and when I speak the truth that's the time you stand up and say the things that you do. Because you know I'm telling the truth. There's no lie here. There's no misleading the House. There's no misleading the media. You don't have the political will to collect the debt, so you'll punish those that do pay. Those are the facts. Let me just say to the media and to those that are or that might be listening outside of those across, the victory for the Democratic Alliance is finally getting the meter readings in-house under revenue. That is one single thing that we have driven year after year after year. Meter readings is coming in. By the end of the year, residents and utility payers who are regularly punished, you will now at least get a proper meter reading. This will now happen month after month, and we won't stop until we get it.
Presley?
Fika uJuly usimemezelela amahashe.
Councillor Presley? Is here.
Speaker,
Councillor Presley?
Speaker,
Point of order.
Councillor Presley? Councillor, yes, Councillor Governor?
Speaker, I just want to draw to your attention the two incidents that just played out. And whilst you noted what Councillor Billy had said, you didn't act on it. And that is why you are being taken advantage of. Because unless you do something about it, this is going to continue time and time
Point of
again.
order, Speaker.
And if we look at the time
Point
now,
of order, Speaker.
Yeah.
Chair, I'm still on
Let
a point
me-
of order.
Yes. No. Listen. Councillor Governor did not raise a point of order. He raised a hand,
I did raise a point
requested
of
the
order.
attention of the Speaker. I then give her an opportunity to address council. It was not a point of order. It was just a message from the Speaker, of which I'm correct to allow her to speak. But if while speaking, there's a view that she's out of order, councillors have a right to raise that point of order. Councillor Kuzwayo?
Yeah, no, Speaker, bengifisa ukwazi ukuthi on what point is she speaking on? Because she didn't raise a point of order.
Yeah. Thank you very much. The
Their
reason
time
why
is finished.
The reason I allowed her to speak, I thought that maybe he's raising a point of order. Councillor Presley, you're on the floor.
Point of order, Chair.
Chair, we're still on the floor.
Yes, Councillor Smith.
Chair, I'm rising on the decorum of this House. It cannot be fair or equitable that somebody from across there says Batu Mlungu and you allow it to be said. It cannot be acceptable. We are all worthy of respect under you, Speaker, and you have to protect us. No, I'm on the floor, not you.
Order.
You have to protect us, Speaker.
Order. Councillor Presley?
Chair? or
Yes, you're on the
Speaker?
floor.
Speaker, it's Councillor Govender.
No. I have recognized Councillor Presley now in
But
my speaker's
Speaker-
list.
Speaker,
I'm
I
moving
was
now
still-
as
I
per the
was
list.
still on the floor and you didn't come back to me.
Councillor Governor, I'm sorry about that because I've got the list of speakers here. I must finish my list. Councillor Presley?
Speaker,
No, you're not recognized.
Speaker, I was asked on what point I'm rising and I'll give you
Councillor
that
Presley?
point.
Order, councillors, order. Let's allow Councillor Presley to speak.
Speaker. Speaker.
Yes,
Speaker.
Nyamboza?
There was a question directed to Councillor Govender. The least you can do is to afford her an opportunity to respond to this question. She was asked on what point is she rising. She wants to give you that answer.
No, Councillor Mchetwa. Here, I've got a list of speakers. I have to allow them to speak. Councillor Kavenda raised a hand. I allowed her to speak. He raised an irrelevant matter. An irrelevant matter because currently the discussion here is about
Speaker,
this
you
item
can't say a
and the
person who's
speakers.
raising, a councillor who's raising
Nyamboza,
the issue of the
can I
decorum of the...
can I be allowed to
Well,
give
speak.
councillors who are
The
in my
councillor was-
list to speak?
The councillor was addressing you.
Councillor Presley? Let's allow councillors to speak. Presley?
Can I go? Can I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed.
There are many warning lights flashing in the budget report statement. Due to only having a minute, I'll only note two. The first is the increase in money owing to the municipality. The 12-month increase is getting close to 5 billion. Residents and businesses in eThekwini are under huge financial pressure as the economy of eThekwini collapses. It is bizarre that the proposed budget increases are way above inflation and will cause further financial pain.
Councillors, please.
The second is the high water losses of 58%.
Sorry, Councillor Presley. Councillors, while the councillor is on the floor, there are those of you who are making noise. Please, councillors, behave, respect your colleagues, respect council meeting. While there's councillor on the floor, no one is allowed to disrupt or to speak because we can't even hear what he's trying to say. Apologies, Councillor Perez, please, you're on the floor, proceed.
We thought he's commentating horse racing. Point of order, Chair.
Shut up. Councillor Perez.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Perez, please, can you please
Point
address
of order,
council?
Chair.
Point of order.
Point of order, Speaker.
Order.
Speaker, you need to make a decision with these guys who are making noise, especially on the side of the opposition. Please, Speaker, we need to be protected. They can't just speak anyhow and say whatever they like, and you keep quiet.
Yeah, Councillor Ukbega. Councillor Ukbega. Ukansela umekhuluma. Imina engimisile ngacela ukuthi amakhansela athule umsindo ukuze akhulume kahle. Ngabe sengithi wonke umuntu la akumele kube umuntu okhulumayo ukukhuluma ekhansela ngoba lokho kuyaphazamisa. Ngikhuza amakhansela aba ngumsindo. Angazi ke manje ukuthi okupho kunye emele ngikwenze ukudlula lokho uma ngithi uma ekhuluma akanikwe isikhathi ukuthi alalele. I think what you are raising, I have done that already. Councillor Besley, you're on the floor, please proceed.
The second point I want to raise is our high water losses of 58%. This equates to 615 million litres of water being lost, literally going down the drain every day. This equates to over 2 billion. Warning lights are flashing.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Hlengwa.
Chair, bengaqondeni nokisho ngesingisi lento kodwa ngizozama lesaselokishini ukuthi when councillors are speaking they must make sure that they can be heard because uma ulalela umuntu osuke eseGreyville emashini okulindele ukuze ukuthi inambe wini uba but la inkulumo fanele sizwe yonke is too fast for us. Please, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Hlengwa, I hear you, but at the same time, some people is their nature. Some people is their nature, the way they speak. But let's not raise that as a point of order. Therefore, Councillor Hlengwa, your point of order is overruled. Councillor Beasley, proceed. Order, Councillor's order. Beasley.
Warning lights are indeed flashing. We can't ignore them. It's time to fix the city. It's time for change. It's time for action.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shezi. Councillor Shezi.
Thank you, Speaker. In terms of revenue, the city revenue is 98% of its budget amount. In terms of collection rate, we are sitting at 93%. To improve and optimize our revenue collection, several strategies have been put into place. This includes monthly implementation of credit control and debt collection process through disconnection of services and legal processes. Implementation of debt relief program with rates of interest and percentage of the capital budget as per agreed signed by debtors. Implementation of prepaid electricity purchases 80-20 arrangements. Review of indigenous management processes. Encouraging customers to enter into credit agreement, providing affordable payment arrangement to settle debt and maintain monthly payments. In terms of expenditure, the operating spend was 32.1 billion, which represents 95% of the year-to-date operating budget. The capital spend was 2.5 billion, which represents 95% of year-to-date capital budget and 41% of its annual capital budget. Grant spend was 67.3%, which we are on track for 100%. Spend several interventions have been put in place to further improve this. This includes focusing on procurement planning. The municipal remains committed and steadfast on spending 100% of all grants by the end of the financial year. We have already engaged national government on the grants and they have committed to consider the city's submissions. We want to reiterate that adequate plans are in place to ensure 100% spend. In terms of borrowing, The city continues to have capacity to borrow as demonstrated by the credit rating and moderate gearing up ratio due to prudent borrowings. The municipality uses borrowing funds to build more infrastructure and more quickly than if it tried to fund it on a pay-as-you-go basis. Borrowing allows the municipality
Point
to
of order,
extend...
Somlo. Point of order, Somlo.
Point of order.
Somlomo, i-secretariat siyacela izama ukulekelela i-ANC ingayibulali. Ingalokhu inika u-8 number lapha ingasewona u-8. Izolimala i-ANC ngempela 24 inamba.
Councillor Shezi.
Thank you, Speaker. As I conclude, in terms of borrowing, borrowing allows the municipality to extend basic services to our cities, to invest in strategic infrastructure, to support economic development and population growth, and to reinvest in rehabilitating aging infrastructure. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shezi. Are you done? Yes, Councillor Kasa.
No Somlomo siyabonga kakhulu. This is umbiko lo Somlomo esiwemukelayo thina ngoba suhulumeni ohlanzekile. Lento yokuba accountable is unprecedented in this country, and sinazindlela ezikhona zokuprocessa lokho kungenzekanga kahle. Senze sure ukuthi there is consequence management la khona kungenzekanga khona kahle, kodwa thina siyawemukela lo mbiko usinikeza ithuba lokuthi siuprocesse kahle ukuthi siqinisekise ukuthi izinto zethu zonke in terms of expenditure siyaspenda 100% on all imali esuke ezibekelwe ukuthi siyispende kanjalo nama grants sispende ngokufanelekile. Ngakho ke siyawemukela thina lo mbiko la khona amakhwiniba sizawalungisa ngoba thina siukhongolose ithina esilungisa izinto safika konakele ithina esimele ukwasilungisa. Siyabonga.
Very much. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Let's do this now. It's after 6 already. Hall number 4, there's tea. We are going to break now for tea, but at the same time, I'm going to give you time to caucus the items in our second supplementary agenda. I will only give you 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
30 minutes. After 30 minutes, we are back here. We are left with only 8 items. We are left with only 8 items. You have to be on time. 30 minutes, let's come back, have caucuses, then finish later. Thank you.
Point of order.
Speaker.
Point of order.
Speaker. Speaker, just want to know why the salary advice
can
was
we not
given
just
today
finish the 8
after the money
items?
is finished.
Amending
No, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to make an appeal to the colleagues, all the caucuses. I have noticed that we continue not respecting you, Honorable Speaker, which takes time for us to deal with business of the day. I know that some of us may not see what you are doing, what impact will it have in future. But it's important to respect someone in this who is entrusted with a seat or to lead. So I just wanted to appeal to the colleagues that let's try by all means to avoid these delaying tactics that we normally do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nkosi, for bringing that to the attention of council. Really, I'm humbled because I always try to guide council to save time, but due to your behavior and your conduct as councillors, we take time doing unnecessary things. Then at the same time, I'm being blamed as a speaker of number of things while I'm trying by all means to direct the meeting. I hope, Councillor Nkosi, your colleagues understand what you are bringing to the attention of council, and they will cooperate and respect, because some of the things being raised in the House are unnecessary. Jokes, provocation, insults that delays council proceedings. With those few words in my response, Councillor Nkosi, I appreciate what we are saying. I hope political parties and whip of parties will take note of that. Thank you very much, Babu Nkosi. Let's proceed. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item number 13, item number 4.3 on page 13. It's a progress report for 1.5 billion rands borrowing for capital projects. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Page 13, 4.3. Councillor Berkte, you are number 1. Councillor Nkosi, number 2. Then there's Councillor Sengwa with minutes from donated by the ATM, NFP, and AIC. Then Councillor Madlala. Councillor Berkte.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You know, when one of our colleagues earlier referred to the 5th industrial revolution, I thought she was maybe wrong, but we've been here since the beginning of the 4th. So I'm going to try and keep it quite short, but to the point. We're sitting here and we again sitting with the progress on the 1.5 billion rand borrowing. And I listened to one of our colleagues just now when he was speaking about the budget report, and he referred to these borrowings. But you know, and I also listened when the mayor was speaking about the state of the city earlier, and wanted to look here at what National Treasury told us. They already told us in 2020, 21 and 21-22 budget that our cash coverage was below the average and we were at the lower end with only 1 month. They also told us that we have to improve our cash and investment management. And then I have to tie in with what Councillor McPherson had pulled up earlier. They told us that we have to collect better. At that stage, we were collecting 95%. The budget for this coming year is based on a 93%. Yet this morning in Exco, National Treasury told us that last month we only collected 87%. So we're going backwards. Then we also have to look at what KZN, Provincial Treasury, told us. In the 2021-22, they already told us that, listen here, you are not using your grants. Did we listen? No. This year we send money back again. So we keep on falling short. If we only collect 6.5% of the 23 billion that's outstanding and in arrears, we wouldn't be necessary for us to borrow. Just because they say that you can afford the borrowing from national doesn't mean that we have to borrow. And these times we should actually tighten the belt a little bit and see if we can't improve it. So we can sit here and we can debate for hours, but then I thought, you know, the mayor also said something else at the beginning of his address, and he quoted the late President Mandela. And he says, in his essence, councillors should be people you can rely on, who understand your problems, care about your future, and know how to listen. But only some people seem to listen, others just do. The DA, we listen because we know what happened to ESCOM, to SAA. You can only borrow up to a point, then you cannot borrow anymore. It's time that we collect, it's time that we spend less, and it's time that we actually spend the grants that government gives to us. Therefore, the DA will stand by this. We will not be supporting this 1.5 billion loan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The progress report, Honorable Speaker, to me, if we were to listen to national and provincial treasurer, we were going to change our minds, not to continue with these initiatives. I'm saying that because it will have a direct impact to the taxpayers. When you ask CFO to say how much are we servicing our loans, it's very difficult for him to tell you. If it happened, you receive a shocking answer. And when you read what the national treasurer and the provincial treasurer are saying, in fact, they are telling us that we're supposed not to go to this route because we are not fit to pay what we are owing. So this reminds me that IFP have been supporting all the loan borrowings. But our concern is that none of these loan borrowings, we can say there, our 1 billion did help the community of eThekwini. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we don't want to fall into a trap to support this because at the end of the day, it's taxpayers that will be in trouble to pay back this money. And I don't think that we are financially stable to pay back this long-term loan. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hlengwa.
Angibonge Speaker. Maybe for the first time umuntu unesikhathi esanele ngizokwazi ukuthi ngisebenzise ngingagcini ngikhuluma fast ngenxa ukuthi ngino 1 minute. Want to thank my colleagues abangi-offerele lesi sikhathi sabo. As African People First, we support le report ngelokuthi uma si serious ngokudili
Councillor Hlengwa, qhubeka. Qhubeka Hlengwa.
ukuze nogwala mhlamba athole nokulala ekhaya bengamhuphi lapha kaMashu. Kubalekile ukuthi le mali sibe nayo ivele somewhere. You see, Speaker, ndawonye mhlambe nabo oza kwethu sike salwa nokuthi kunyuswa ama tariffs. Lokho kusho ukuthi besidinaya lo masipala i-source of income. Uma again sesinqaba ukuthi akwenziwe le loan or this type of borrowing, sithi imali ayivelephi. We need to be realistic. Abantu bethu badinga service. and ukuze sikwazi ukudeliver imali kufanele ivele somewhere. As for ngiyaxolisa speaker in advance ontaba kayikhonjwa igama lesiZulu lele engifisa ukuthi ngilisebenzise engijwayele ukuthi ngilisebenzise elisho nje umhlonishwa lelo gama alilibi. So ontaba kayikhonjwa kulula kubona ukuthi bayikhahlele le ukuze bame
Point of order,
ngaphesheya
Mr.
bakhombe
Speaker.
ama failures.
Point of order,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Speaker.
Point of order.
Speaker.
Councillor Nkosi, then Mtetwa.
You know, I understand my colleague was outside when we were talking about the discipline and try to avoid this provocation. I think the colleague next to him was trying to assist him to say, this is what we have agreed upon. Please refrain from doing that. There is no Ntabaga Konjwa here. These are colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mtetwa.
Again,
Order.
lead.
Hlengwa, all. Councillor Mtetwa.
Covered.
Thank you. Councillors, I know that we might choose to use whatever language or words we want to use in the meeting, but let's avoid words that might create response or that might make your colleague feel uncomfortable. Because these point of orders that are necessary are wasting our time. Can you stick to your point? Just debate, stop without insulting anyone, please.
Speaker.
Let's do that. I'm just appealing, councillors, to all of you.
Thank you,
Proceed, Clengo.
Speaker, ngicabanga ukuthi kungaba iphuthu ukuthi simislead ingane zethu ezisilalele emakhaya. Again isikhathi sami lapha ngicabanga ukuthi bangithatha ngo 1 minute nuclear namanje abafuna ukunginikeza isikhathi sami. Ngicabanga ukuthi it may be misleading.
Speaker.
No, I was only given 1
Speaker.
minute. Speaker, can we correct it?
Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, please.
I was supposed to have 5 minutes.
Order, please.
Speaker, the speaker has been on the floor for more than 2 minutes, and now there's another 2 minutes being added on his time.
Yes.
Yeah, the team is monitoring time. We have the donation is from ATM, NFP, and AIC.
Speaker, can we get an indication of how much time does the speaker have? He has been on the floor for over 2 minutes, and he has now been given an additional 2 minutes.
No, Billy, once, order. Once the time is up, the screen will show.
Oh, I've got 4 minutes.
Once the time is up, the screen will show. It will tell us.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngicabanga ukuthi kungaba iphuthu ukuthi uma oza kwethu besho into noma yena abayithandayo ebese sidukisa nezingane emakhaya. Mina ngikhule ekhaya kunobaba. Ubaba mayibulala isitsha kwakubuza ukuthi ubani obulala isitsha. Sasingasho ukuthi ubaba sasimkhomba ngamehlo because une authority engaphezulu kwethu. Umama uzobe sethi oh Ntaba kayikhonjwa. Ayona inhlamba leyo. IsiZulu leso. So asikwazi manje ukuthatha igama lesiZulu silenze inhlamba lingayona inhlamba. There's nothing derogative about the term or the word uNtaba kayikhonjwa. So Speaker uNtaba kayikhonjwa.
But Hlengwa, noma ngaba isiZulu. Noma kuyisiZulu uma umuntu ethi ungangibizi kanjalo, you must respect him. isiZulu akuyona inhlamba, but uma ethi umuntu I don't feel comfortable you using that, let's stop using it. Because you can see good colleagues don't like that word. Please refrain using it. Please.
Speaker.
Proceed.
Speaker.
Proceed, Hlengwa. Yes, Bill.
Speaker, we'd like to commend what you've just done. I think this is.
I can't hear you.
Speaker, we would like to commend what you have just done. I think that's the kind of leadership that we need.
No, Bill, they're wasting my time. Bill, they're wasting my time. Hlengwa, proceed.
Uhlengwa must sing for his
No,
supper.
you're wasting our time, Bill, please. Lower your head. You're wasting our time.
Uhlengwa must sing for his supper, not
Proceed,
insult
Hlengwa.
us.
Let's finish.
Ontaba ezikude baba na umkhuba wena Speaker ukuthi bame ngaphesheya babe sebeyasikhomba basibize ngamagama uma iservice delivery ingasafiki kubantu ngenxa yokuthi vele bablokhe imali ekufanele izoservice abantu. Le mali la siyilandelanga ukuthi mhlambe sifuna ukuzoshow offer noma senza amaphathi ngayo. We all know ukuthi isimo saseThekwini sinjani. Ikakhulukazi mina la ngihlala khona eNtuzuma asinawo amanzi. Kunesimo esi-urgent. Okuchaza ukuthi eyimene ezifana nalezo sayidinga imali ukwazi ukuthi service abantu bakithi. So ke ngiyabanxusa nje ukuthi onto abayidilika behlise umoya sivumelane sonke nje ukuthi asiyithole le mali. Angibonge kakhulu Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala.
You must sing for your supper and not insult us.
No, thank you very much,
Sazi isiZulu,
Honorable
sokhuluma isiNgisi
Speaker.
kakhulu.
Let us remind ourselves how we came to this point where we are borrowing 1.5 billion rands. When we were facing the issue of the floods, after we were presented with reports in this council, first in the executive, then in this council, and the cost of the damage that needed to be attended to in terms of the infrastructure, it was then agreed that we are going to have to increase our loan borrowing because as a norm, since I became a councillor in 2016, we've been borrowing R1 billion per financial year. There was motivation, and that motivation was coming by and large from then Deputy Mayor and Chair of Human Settlement and Infrastructure, Councillor Mavundla. And it was backed up by evidence that said, which we can all see, that the infrastructure damage far exceeded the kind of budget that we can conjure up. And therefore we needed to go out and increase our borrowing. Secondly, borrowing, as it is part of our it's part of our city funding strategy, as it were. When we make up the budget, we'll say we'll get this amount from this source, from that source, and borrowing is part of those sources. And this money specifically funds capital projects. So it's not like we just woke up yesterday and decided that we are going to approach the nearest cash loan. It's a well thought out adventure that we've all agreed on. Well, some people did not agree to this because anyway, this 1.5 billion rands is going to then add to the budget. Now we know which party does not support the budget in this municipality. Maybe I can plead and engage with the IFP and other parties because they've always been supporting the budget. And if they feel that at this point, maybe this borrowing is not, they are not comfortable with it, I will understand that. But the other party, I'm not worried. They've never supported the budget. They don't care whether we have money to do projects or not. But Honorable Speaker, I want to read, I'll read two articles and then submarine. This is an old article. It says, despite the country's economic stagnation, or this article was on one of the independent media houses. It's not a new article, it's a bit old, it's 2018, but it's still relevant to what we are talking about. Well, someone was reading a book from some centuries ago, so information is information. It says, despite the country's economic stagnation and recession, the city of Cape Town is planning to borrow 1.4 billion rands international loan to upgrade its wastewater plants. But economists warn ratepayers will ultimately have to foot the bill. Let me read the motivation, because we are in the same situation here. Mike Schuessler, chief economist, no, this one is talking nonsense. It's one of the economists. I want to quote my colleague, the member of the MEICO. it's Van der Merwe. He said the city approved the budget during May after a comprehensive public participation. Well, then he goes to say taking up debt is necessary to spread the related cost over the lifetime of the projects financed, not to unduly burden the current ratepayer. All cost implications have been considered in terms of the affordability of the advance. Now, what Van der Merwe is saying, our colleague from the beautiful city of Cape Town, what he's saying is that you have a situation where you have a big project that you must undertake now, but you don't have enough money for that project. But that project is not only going to benefit the current residents of eThekwini, it's going to benefit residents in 15, 20 years to come, even those who are not here. So when we are taking up a long-term loan, you are actually spreading out the repayment and the cost, which then will mean that whoever will arrive in this city in 10 years' time will still contribute in paying for whatever you are funding now, because they will be benefiting. We all know in eThekwini that one of our problems is rapid urbanization, and we are urbanizing through the people who are coming throughout the province to our city, and some people who are coming from outside. Now, when we are building the Hazelmere Dam, for instance, we are not only building it for the people who are in the city now, but for the people who will come. So if you are spreading out that, it means that at least a person who's going to come to the city 10 years from now is still going to contribute to that loan, other than burdening the current residents of the city. Because if you don't take this loan, you must then raise the rates. Now, we had a situation just last week when we were debating the issue of the increase in tariffs. And the party across was vehemently against the increase in the tariffs. Now, tariffs are one of the sources from which we fund our budget. So if you don't want the tariffs, you don't want the loan, you don't support the budget, why should we take you seriously when we are talking grown-up stuff? Thank you, we support this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Mandlana. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
No.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 15, item number 5.1.
Not agreed, Speaker.
Sorry, I'm getting a message. They are saying no.
Yes.
Yes, let's have the screen, please.
Okay.
Right, we are ready now. Those who are in support of the item, those who are saying yes.
Sifuna imali.
Siyabonga. Those who are voting against.
Aye.
Imun shop. Yayazi imun shop. Ekwala. Uyayazi imun shop.
Ukuba nirobhe ngeyinamba bese siyavuma.
Siyabonga, can you lower your hands? Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. 0. Yeah, thank you very much. Those who are in support were now 9. Those who are against 60. The item is being carried through. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page number 15, is a report of the Economic Development and Planning Committee from their meeting which was held on the 20th of the 4th, 2023. Item number 5.1, application for the amendment of a general plan with the Surveyor General's number 4383/1968 by the relayout of portions 15 to 19 of F334 Zikufale so as to form portion 24 of F334 Zikufale. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Page 16, item number 5.2, application in terms of section 46 of the eThekwini Municipal Planning and Land Use Management Second Amendment Bylaw of 2021, notice number 95 of 2021, for the amendment of the eThekwini Municipal Land Use Scheme, Outer West Sub-Scheme, Section 7 of the Development Facilitation Table by inserting a control under the additional control section in the retirement village zone for increased floor area ratio from 0.35 to 0.50 for F number 1958 Kloof, situated at 14 Beryl Dean Road. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. There's Councillor, I think it's Councillor Penn, who want to propose a reference back. Then there's Councillor Zondi, then Councillor Ntuli. Let me start with, is Councillor Penn? It's Councillor Ling, Councillor Ling.
Thank you, Chair. Can I read the reference back that I'd like to move? I move as a procedural motion that the recommendation on page 16, item 5.2, be referred to the Economic Development and Planning Committee for further consideration of the following points upon which the committee's advice or further advice is required. 1, the objections and concerns of residents in the area of the site, and 2, especially the review of the development plan and proposed building plans. This is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Byrne.
Thank you very much. There's a proposal to offer reference back. It has been signed and seconded by Councillor Penn. Thank you very much. Councillors, do you support that we refer this item back? No. Okay, Councillor Ling, can I give you time to try to persuade and convince Council?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our request for this item to be referred back to committee comes after many concerns raised by both immediate residents and members of the community. Among others, these concerns include the proposed plans not being conducive to the proposed use of this property. As the DA, we are not in any way opposed to development or appropriate housing. We are, however, also committed to our responsibility in addressing concerns of all the residents who raise these with us and assuring processes and protocols are followed. This proposed zoning and development amendment was first advertised in early 2022. The physical notice only being placed at the proposed site less than a week before comments were closed. Comments and objections raised included concerns from architects to engineers, among others. The item in front of us, specifically point 5.21.5, refers that cognizance has been taken of the points raised by the objector and all technical aspects will be interrogated further. We cannot make an educated and considered final decision without these technical aspects referred to, addressed, and questions answered. As the DA, we strongly feel that concerns need to be interrogated further at committee level for the following reasons. Concerns include that of sewage needing to be treated on site, yet there are no definitive plans for this. The proposed amount of units and parkings within the size of the property is another raised concern. On-site health facilities, while not compulsory, has been requested for consideration. Designs and building plans seem to have not taken disabled accessibility into account either. I reiterate that the DA is not against development, but we cannot agree to an item of this nature before it has been ensured that the plans are conducive to senior citizen usage, pertaining to both accessibility and all required services. We formally request that this be taken back to committee for further interrogation, especially of the following: building plans and design, spatial capacity, infrastructure relating to services from the municipality, interrogation of assessments by all the relevant officials, and the steps being taken to ensure the proposed development is conducive for the proposed use. This reference back to committee is to ensure that the relevant questions are explored so that the final product is factual and fully interrogated to ensure we are not endorsing developments with any fundamental errors. We implore our colleagues to please agree to this recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ling, is the proposal supported?
Mr. Speaker, can I speak to the seconding of that, what Councillor Lang has said?
Come again?
Can I speak as the seconder of the reference back?
No. Councillors, those who support the reference back, please raise your hands.
Speaker,
Yes?
why are you refusing Councillor Ben as the second of the reference bank to speak?
No. I've argued that is a second part. The person who raised the proposal, I've allowed her an opportunity to address council, to convince council. I'm subjecting now the matter to a vote because the proposal is not being supported.
But Speaker,
That's what I'm doing.
a seconder can speak, Mr. Speaker.
No, but I've allowed the speaker to speak.
Of course, and the seconder is wanting to speak.
No. Councillors, please, order. Councillor Mtetwa,
Yes.
I'm not allowing Ben to speak because I've already allowed the proposer of the reference back to speak and just address council.
But, Mr. Speaker, other than the fact that the proposer has spoken, why are you disallowing Councillor Ben as the seconder
There's
to speak?
no other reason except that. Let's get those who are in support
There's no
of the
rule.
proposal.
Mr. Speaker,
There's no rule. Is that what you are confirming?
Come again?
You are guided by no rule.
No. Nyambose, I have responded twice. The reason why I'm not allowing Councillor Ben to speak is because the proposer of a reference back, I've given her a chance to speak. Councillor Ben seconded the proposal, and I've acknowledged and mentioned that. But I'm not allowing him to speak on this item because I have already allowed the proposer of the reference back to speak. There's no other reasons. Can we proceed?
Point of order, please.
Yes.
Does it follow from what you're saying that when we have a notice of motion, which is not very common in this council,
Order.
but when we have a notice of motion, that only the proposer of the notice of motion can speak? Ever since I've been a councillor, both the proposer and the seconder of a notice of motion has been allowed to speak. This
Yes,
is a
Councillor
notice
Brent,
of motion.
Councillor Brent, order,
Mr. Speaker,
order.
Mr. Speaker, please
Order.
allow me the courtesy.
Order. Councillor Ben.
Can I continue?
Councillor Ben,
Ever
let
since-
me give you a simple answer. I'm not allowing you to speak because the proposer of the reference back, I've allowed her to speak on the matter. Yes, I agree that you seconded the proposal, but she has spoken already on the matter. Now, that's the reason why I'm not allowing you to speak, because I want us to proceed with this point and conclude.
Speaker, you don't have those powers. You don't have the powers to not hear a seconder on a notice of motion. Ask legal if you need to be convinced.
Can I appeal, Ben, that we accept that the point has been made by the proposer of the reference back, and let's get the indication from the House.
There's
Let's
one
get those who
material
are supporting
point,
the
Mr. Speaker.
proposal.
Mr. Speaker, there's one
Those who are
material
in
point
support?
which has not yet been mentioned.
Speaker?
Those who are against?
Speaker?
Those who are against?
Speaker?
Speaker.
Those who
Speaker.
are against?
Speaker.
Speaker?
Those who are against the proposal to refer back?
Speaker?
Can we count, please?
Speaker. Speaker.
Speaker?
Speaker.
Can we, Secretary, can I get the numbers?
Yeah.
He's voting.
Asidlali.
Kumele uyibone mawusubheda ngempela ungasasupport umuntu.
Kanti bafunani abelungu?
No.
Those who are voting now, those who are against.
Speaker, point of order. What are we voting on?
Hayi wena.
You've not put to this House what you're calling a vote on. You've not given us a legal opinion.
voting here when? How?
You've not given us a legal opinion on what rule you've relied on to deny the person that's seconding.
Rule 15, it says the speaker.
Right, those who abstain?
Sorry, Speaker.
Those who abstain?
Speaker.
We are voting now, we are voting. Those who abstain? Those who abstain? Thank you. Please add the numbers.
Awu PRM. KZN kodwa isekho. Lela board nje akulunge lapha ne numbers wrong.
Mr. Speaker, can I address you now? Speaker, may I address you, please?
Order. Freedom Front Plus, are you in support or against? Or abstain?
In support.
In support, thank you.
So ATM is against. Support.
MF, please indicate.
In support.
In support.
In support.
Mosa?
In support.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Those who are in support, 47. Those who are against, 119. Those who abstain, 2. Therefore, the proposal to refer the item back is not being supported. Thank you. Let's go
Speaker.
back to the speakers.
Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Mnyambosa.
can also voting be corrected? We did not vote, so we did not vote either or against. If that can be corrected. Secondly, under the circumstances, the DA requests 10 minutes caucus, please.
Okay, thank you. How many minutes?
15.
15? No.
Yes.
No. Nyambosa, order. Order, I won't give you 15 minutes, Nyambose, but I can only give you 8 minutes.
Even 8 minutes is too
I
much.
can
You
give
must
you
give them
8
5.
minutes.
Hey, that's so pity, yes.
Aye, boy.
Ematomnyu.
Siyobuye, sibonane.
Kodwa bangayikhonjwa nithethe nibuyeke.
Sasuka khona saya kumngeni road. Last week safaka khona i-70 litre concrete bins, okuyi-concrete bins, and also kumensel la si-replace khona i-concrete bin. Sithe masisuka lapho sase siphuthuma siya ku-Prince Street la sifake khona i-50 litre pole mounted bins. Njengoba sesilana njengamanje sila kwi-promenade la sizofaka khona ama-ethnic drums, ama-additional litter bins ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi njengoba sizomukela ivakashi zikwazi ukusebenzisa le mgomo, imgomo esi-eda njalo uma ngabe kuyisikhathi sebhizi la sizoba khona nabavakashi khona.
Umsebenzi esiwenzayo ke la mobilia i-furniture manufacturing ngokwesiZulu okusho ukuthi sakha i-furniture kusukela ekuqaleni iqala phansi kuze kube iyaphela. Kungayisihlalo, ottoman, ngayislay bed, yonke inhlobo ye-furniture siyayenza. Ukuthuthukiswa kwekhono lethu kwenziwa ngo-2021 kuya 2022 la sa-athenda khona eMkhumbane Entrepreneur Center la kusuke kuthuthukiswa khona amakhono ngokwenza i-furniture. Mina nopartner wami sase sihamba siyakhona-ke siyofundela ukwenza i-furniture. Kwase kuthi ngo-2022 sase sithole i-exposure esinikezwe umasipala i-Durban Business Fair esi-athendile okuyiyona esibeke kwibalazwe. Sikhuluma nje kunabantu abaningi wazi umsebenzi wethu ngenxa yokuthi umasipala uye wasinikeza lelo thuba lokusi-advertise umsebenzi wethu kwi-business fair.
The floods in April last year affected thousands of people in eThekwini and surrounding areas, with many losing their homes and loved ones. The floods also caused widespread damage to municipal infrastructure. A year later, we must take a moment to remember those who lost their lives. They will forever be missed. Regarding damage to infrastructure, eThekwini municipality has been working hard to effect repairs. Repairs to water and sanitation, as well as electricity infrastructure that was damaged during the floods, are ongoing. We are pleased that 120 mass care centers that house displaced residents have been closed. Families have been moved to more secure housing facilities, and we also built houses for many of them. We would like to thank all stakeholders who partnered with the municipality to rebuild eThekwini. Working together, we can make our city better.
Namhlanje sila eziko endaweni yase Ward 93 sizo hand over izindlu eziyi-22 ezalinyazwa yistorm. Sithi asibonge nje kumasipala ukuthi namhlanje abantu uyabakhipha endlini ezibhedayo ubafaka endlini eziphilayo. Siyazi ukuthi indlu emnyama ayinawo amandla yokuzakhela umuzi, kodwa ke umasipala ulithathile lelo that initiative yokuthi abasize abantu abamnyama kuze nabo baphile impilo engcono. Sithi nje egameni lomphakathi ngiyawubongela umphakathi wala eziko eWard 93 ukuthi ubekezele isikhathi eside kangaka, ungalwi, ungashisi imathayi, ungashisi imigwaqo, ungashisi infrastructure, kodwa ubekezele umphakathi kuze uthole intuthuko.
Ngifisa ukubonga kakhulu indlame ngitholile enhle kakhulu ekuhlupheni ongayi ngiphuma kona. Ngibongela kumama Khansela nomasipala weTheku, ngiyambonga kakhulu.
Ngibonga kakhulu into engenzele umkhandlu wamasipala. Into angenzele yona inkulu kakhulu isimangaliso. Ngangasazi ukuthi ngoze nami ngilale endlini engasephindiwe. Engeze ngihambe emhlabeni imile. Akaze ngibone jabule ongaka.
Ngiyacela ukuthi umphakathi ubekezele. Angeke bonke banele ngesikhathi esisodwa, kodwa kancane intuthuko izofika kubona.
Today we are visiting Unkanku Housing Projects, which is in Isipingo in Ward 90. The project is going to have 360 units, and the plan is to have all units completed by June 2023. This project is intended to accommodate beneficiaries which are currently residing in Isipingo Transit Camp. The transit camp is around 500 meters from the site, so we'll move all beneficiaries by June 2023. We are working very close with Provincial Human Settlements Department and Electricity Department to connect all the 360 units. Some already are connected, and the other challenge that we had in the area is the sewer capacity. So we had to make budgets available in order for EWS to be able to construct a pump station to accommodate this project. So within the project area, there is a pump station which is going to service these houses. And then we'll be able to move beneficiaries once we have sewer connections, water meter installed, and electricity completed for all 360 units. And then we are going to demolish all the 360 transit camp facilities once we move beneficiaries in this area, and then we are planning to rehabilitate that area as it is environmental sensitive.
Decided to conduct this kind of operation in this area in order to reduce a number of complaints that we receive from the public, ranging from the snatch of cell phone, illegal firearms, drugs, and murder that are taking place in these areas. So working with SAPS, with other role players, we ensure that this kind of robberies and kind of crime will be reduced. We're going to conduct this kind of operation not only in this area, but we're also moving to areas such as Inanda, Kwandengezi, Emlazi, wherever we're getting complaint, this kind of operation will be conducted. We also want to ensure that there is a strict compliance to our city bylaws. We also want to ensure that the flow of traffic in this area is being respected. We deploy our footmen, our traffic wardens to ensure that the traffic is flowing. There is no one who's obstructing others. There is a lower rate of crime. Working together, we're ensuring that these things will conquer the crime in this area.
Just check if you can see the serial number. If someone can just log the serial number.
Singenelwa amanzi eStamkoko. Stamkoko sigcwele yonke indlu. Manje sasesicela abakwamasipala bazosiza. Sebefikile, sebesikhiphela amanzi egcwele indlu. Sesiyabonga usizo lwabo ngendlela sebesize ngayo.
NTV Cishani ETV siyabonga. Let's settle down, councillors. Let's settle down. Thank you. Let me hand over to the DA to report to council the outcome of their caucus. Over to you, Nyambosa.
Thank you, Somlomo. There are two things that I want to bring to your attention, Mr. Speaker. I think you would bear witness to this, that the DA caucus here has never been disrespectful to you as the sitting speaker. We have never. We try by all means to respect the role that you are expected to play in this council. But frankly, we do feel that we are bullied by yourself. We are disrespected by yourself, Mr. Speaker, because you seem to rule using your emotions and feelings, not using the rule book. We are happy and willing to work with you, We are willing to respect you as the Speaker, but equally we expect you to respect us in return. Because as much as possible, as I said, we do try to respect the position that you are in. The second thing is that you've disallowed Councillor Warren Ben to speak on an issue he was a seconder on. Secondly, not only was he a seconder, on a substantive item, he is also listed there in your paper as one of the speakers. But you just decided, because you can, to disallow him to speak. With that said, Mr. Speaker, we would want to get a legal opinion. If you are competent legally to just disallow a speaker that is there on your list of speakers, a speaker that is a seconder to a motion to speak to this council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nyambose. I thank you very much for the report back. Councillor Ben, in my list, his name appears after the name of Councillor Lang, of which in the slip that he signed is the second of the reference back. But I will allow Jomane to say something as per your request. I don't have an objection on that. But before I allow Jomane to speak, if my decision or my ruling was seen or interpreted as a sign of disrespect, that was not my intention. I have no reason to disrespect any councillor in these chambers. I do want to apologize to your caucus and to whoever who feel offended with the decision that I've made, but I'm convinced that my decision was correct, and I still stand with my decision. Thank you, Councillor Nyambose. Let me allow Jomane to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I think there are two issues that I am requested to give an opinion on. The first one being the issue of the seconder to the motion being afforded an opportunity to motivate after the original mover. And the second one is the issue of allowing Councillor Byrne on the substantive issue. Let me start with the second one. If my recollection is correct, there was a vote on the reference back or the amendment, sorry, and after the vote, immediately before we could deal with the substantive issue, the Democratic Alliance requested the caucus. So I would expect that you are still going to deal with the substantive issue and you would allow the speakers who include Councillor Byrne. On the issue of the seconder to a motion speaking after the mover and motivating, I must first confess that in all the meetings that I've attended, I've never seen that happening. It may have happened in the meetings that I was absent in, but I've never seen it happening. But I think the ruling of the Speaker must have been guided by Rule 1812, which says the Speaker must ascertain whether a notice of motion is opposed. An opposed notice of motion must be passed without debate. In the event that a notice of motion is opposed, the Speaker must call upon the mover of the notice to speak first. So before you deal with the motion and do whatever, or it's voted or whatever, you must allow the Speaker, the mover of the motion, to speak first. And that is exactly what the Speaker did. So I can't find any fault from what the Speaker has done. And if the issue is unclear and is not provided for in the rules, we know that for any issue that there is no clarity, the ruling of the Speaker on that issue is final. So the Speaker has ruled, and his ruling must be respected.
Thank you very much. Let's continue with our speakers. On the substantive item, Councillor Zondi was number 1. Then was Councillor Link, number 2. Councillor Ben, number 3. Councillor Bosi Ndlovu, number 4. That order. Councillor Zondi.
Ngibonge Somlomo. Somlomo, si EFF siya-support le recommendation. Sithi abanikwe imvume yokuthi beyolungisa ngendlela abafuna ukulungisa ngayo. Kodwa ke Somlomo sithi kumele umkhandlu weTheku uye ukuyochecka lezi indawo kuze uzobheka iboard ephethe lezi indawo ukuthi ayenzi yini ngendlela le yayenziwa abamhlophe ngendlela yokudala yobandlululo. Ngoba lapha sike sachecka nje ukuthi abantu abahlala kakhulu kuleya ndawo abantu abamhlophe. So asazi ukuthi abantu abamnyama mhlambe ababavumeli yini bebefaka isicelo sokuthi bekwazi ukuhlala kuleya ndawo le. Nanokuthi Somlomo futhi esinye isicelo ebesinaso ukuthi umkhandlu uke uvakashele kule ndawo zasemalokishini njengomlazi kanje nakonewland uke uyodevelopa nakuzona lezo indawo ngoba indawo yalapha inhlala kahle ayikho lapha. Mesike nje siyoyibheka lezo indawo njengalapha kaDabilu Mlazi nje inhlala kahle yakhona ayikho right. Kodwa nje lona iphuzu siyalisupporta ingase nje nisenzele lesicelo lesebe sisicelile singajabula kakhulu. Ngibonge Somlomo.
Thank you very much, Councillor Link. Councillor Link.
Thank you, Speaker. I must say it's quite disappointing that our request for a reference back was not accepted, because when an item to do with development comes up, you want to support it, you do. But we need to make sure that all the boxes are ticked. And it's quite concerning that the rest of our colleagues in this House don't seem to be concerned with all protocols and procedures being followed and the relevant oversight being done. So, yes, Mr. Speaker, I mean, there are a number of concerns that are highlighted when requested the reference back. Infrastructure concerns. I even mentioned the fact that sewage has to be treated on site. This is a proposed retirement village, and we want answers about this. That is what we were asking for. So if we cannot have this reference back and have all of the facts in front of us, then unfortunately as the Democratic Alliance we're going to have to vote against this, because we need all the boxes ticked and we can't confirm that with what's in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pen.
Phew. I could have been speaking about 30 minutes ago and it would have been in 2 sentences and we finished. But before I do get into the substance of what I was going to say earlier, I must point out that the rule that the legal referred to about the mover of the notice of motion speaking first, and then it doesn't say who speaks afterwards. So it doesn't say, and other speakers can also speak later. because it's not necessary to say it, because those who are down to speak on the issue,
Councillor Penn,
including the seconder,
Councillor Penn,
should be allowed to speak.
Order.
Right. Having
Councillor
said that,
Penn,
Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Penn.
Speaker.
Order. Councillor Penn, you submitted your name to my list because you wanted to speak on page 16, item number 5.2. Now, I'm not sure why you decide not to do that and to speak on something else. Now you are addressing a different subject matter on the rules. We are not discussing rules. We are not responding to the opinion of Mr. Mhlongo. May you please just focus on the item that you are discussing, not discussing something that's outside of the item. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his State of the City address earlier, the Mayor implored us to try and work together and to listen to other points of view. Councillor Kaylee Lang is the ward councillor where this property is situated. She knows the lay of the land, she knows the people, she knows the issues. So when the ward councillor says there are problems with this application, one would hope that other colleagues in this council would sit up and listen. All we're asking for is to go back for further consideration. But if people have closed minds on it, then we'll have to live with the consequences. But the DA finds it cannot support the proposal as it appears in the agenda.
Thank you very much, Councillor Penn. Councillor Bose, Lovu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Firstly, Speaker, I want to place it on record on this meeting that this report was presented in the committee and was interrogated. And my counterparts from across, they can attest to that. They were part of, some of them who sit in the court, they were part of that meeting. We interrogated the report and we were happy. Honorable Speaker, the recommendation here is just a request for the increase of the floor area ratio from 0.35 to 0.5. And we must take into cognizance that this is a conversion of the hotel that is unsustainable, if we approve this recommendation, it gives an opportunity for this unsustainable hotel to be usable, to be useful for the elderly population in the community. Now, Honorable Speaker, when we deal with a report of this nature, we resolve objectively based on the technical fact in front of us, not based on the assumptions, not based on the emotions, not based on the suspicions. We resolved objectively. We interrogated this report thoroughly, and we were happy the fact that were presented in front of us as concerned. The technical facts are: one, is there any infrastructural impact as far as this report is concerned? No. Is there any traffic impact as far as this report is concerned? No. So therefore, as an ANC, we support this recommendation based on the facts that were presented to us. And maybe just to educate my counterparts from across, we do not entertain appeals in the council. Appeals, objectives and appeals are dealt with in the Town Planning Appeals Committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga kakhulu, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? Thank you very much.
No.
Nyambos is saying no. Let's have the screen, please. Let's start with those who are in support of the item. Those who are saying yes, please raise your hands. Those who are saying yes.
Awu kubheka mfowethu.
Cape Town.
So, right, are you done? Thank you. Siyabonga. Those who are saying voting against. Those who are voting against. Senator. Okay. Those who abstain? Oh, okay. Thank you. Those who are saying yes, 118, 118. Those who are voting against, 46. Those who abstain, none. Therefore, the item is being carried through. Thank you very much. Let's proceed, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On to page number 18, item number 5.3, close-out report on Durban's participation in the Future Cities Program. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendations agreed on page 15? Are the recommendations agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
Page number 19, item number 5.4.
Speaker.
Renewal of Memorandum of
Speaker.
Agreement with Inanda Ntuzuma and
Speaker.
Wamashu National Construction Incubator. Committee recommends.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Pega.
Sorry to disturb. I believe I'm a speaker on this item.
No, you're a speaker on page 19, item 5.4.
Okay, Speaker.
Not on page 19, 5.3.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, if you can double check, your name is on page 19, item 5.4.
Noted, Speaker.
Thank you. 5.4, page 19, is Councillor Godlwana, Councillor Sakile Mngati, Councillor Ngumalo, Councillor Kupega, Councillor Slengwa with a minutes donated by the ATM, NFP, and AIC, and Councillor Nchangase. In that order, Councillor
Speaker.
Kupana. Yes.
As IFP, we request a reference back here.
Come again?
As IFP, we request a reference back here, Chair. Deny.
You are referring a reference back?
Please.
But where is the form? You must submit the form with the mover and the seconder of the reference back. I will then allow you to speak on the proposal. Can you send the form, please? So that we... Ngumalo, I wanted to allow you to address council while, so that we save time. On your proposal to refer back, but let me get the second affair, 2 second that proposal. Councillor Anne Penn, I can see, thank you. Councillor Ngumalo, please address council on your proposal.
No, umntu kabonge speaker. Mhlambe umuntu akaqale nje kuthenini sithi siyawubonga umsebenzi wama officially okuba asicompilele le report. Kodwa ke speaker ke si IFP besicela ukuthi le item ake ibuyele ekomidini. Ebese ke ama official futhi aphinda asenze lo msebenzi wesibili okuba asihambise kwi site visit. Isizathu ke salokhu ke boza kwethu esicelayo ukuthi kulukhuni speaker ukuthi siphasise noma sixhase njengomasipala into esingayiboni ukuthi ikusiphi isigaba. Siyakuthokozela impela umsebenzi owenziwayo futhi siyafisa ukuthi uqhubeke. Ngakho ke siyazi ukuthi ke bakhona ozakwethu abawaziyo lo msebenzi ikakhulu ukhansela okuyena usokhaya. Futhi ke siyakwemukela siphikisana nakho lokho. Kodwa ngenxa yokuthi lo msebenzi umsebenzi ofuna uxhaso lukamasipala futhi ofuna ukuthi manje ayirenewe. Ngakho ke besicela ukuba sinikezwe nje ithuba lokuthi asiye siyobona umsebenzi ukuze sizokwazi ukuthi sinikeze nabanikazi bomsebenzi ithuba lokuthi nabo be reflect ezingqinambeni ababhekene nazo. Ngakho ke siyacela ke speaker ke futhi ngaphekwa lokho ukuthi lelu siko lolu lama site visit ake lwande speaker ngoba ugcina ungasazi ukuthi kukhona yini okufihlwayo. Mhlawumbe umuntu akakenze nje isibonelo. Kunama site visit akwa economic development akenziwe ahambe kahle kakhulu okwenze futhi nane committee ukuthi malihlala last week kwenza ukuthi umsebenzi ube lula because sasilethelwa ama items ezinto esizibonile futhi sazizwa nezingqinamba akulama site esasiye kuwona. Futhi ke kungaze kufike esigabeni sokuthi sithi mhlambe le mali le abaxhaswa ngayo incane kunalokho ayengezwe. Ibe kuyilokho nje bese kucela kozakwethu akukona ukuthi sithi siyaphikisana or whatever, but sicela ukuphasisa into esesiyibonile futhi sezwa nezingqinamba abalo msebenzi ababhekene nazo. Umuntu uthokoza kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ngumalo. Councillors, there's a proposal of a reference back of the item 5.4, page 19. Is the proposal supported? Is the proposal supported? Okay, that let me have the screen because there are those who are saying no. Right, those who are in support of the proposal, please raise your hands. Those who are saying yes, they support the reference back. Secretariat.
A debt has been lettered.
Nibabambe ngobhongwane.
Nathi mase sifuna senesifuna icoalition. Ningaxabani ehlisana umoya.
Order.
Ngibonga ithuba somlomo. Ngibonga ithuba.
Thank you.
Kancane.
Those who are voting against the reference back. Yazi ukuthi noma ngabe kuvotwa. Uma kuvotwa kusuke umsebenzi weCouncil law. Akusho ukuthi mekuvotwa nombani kumele mangakhuluma. Noma ngabe kuvotwa kumele kube nozinzo nokuthula. Ngoba benikhuluma kuvotwe naxabana, noma senixabana nifuna uSpeaker nilamule futhi. Uma uSpeaker mengasanilamuli uSpeaker uyisehluliki. Niqala uchuku lunixake nifune mina.
Uyezwa kwala.
Uyayikalela speaker.
Ngiyababala secretariat. Yabona nje ukuthi lehlale ngikusona sihlupha ngoba uyavotela ukuzuze la. Ukuba kuthiwa uvotelwa ngabe ngithi awuvolunteer uzohlala uze kanjani. Manje ngeke uze kuyavotwa ufuna uze la.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Those who are
Point of order, Speaker.
No, I'm not taking any point of order. We are voting.
Speaker.
We are done with those who are against.
Point of order, Speaker.
No. No point of order. We are voting. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Thank you very much. Those who are in support of the proposal to refer the item back, 58. Those who are against, 107. It means the proposal is being rejected by the majority. Let's continue with
Point of order, Speaker.
our speaker's order. Yes, Councillor Smith.
Sorry,
Order.
Speaker. I want to bring it to your attention that the decorum of this House is drastically shifting because we have members that are actively insulting other members of this House and making personal judgment on making personal judgments on their bodies, their personal bodies.
Thank you.
I want you to, please can you call them to order and to stop with this?
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Let's conclude our speakers. Councillor
Point of order,
Godwane, number
Speaker.
1.
Hey, when. Speaker,
Number
you
2,
didn't rule
Sakile.
what I asked you to rule.
Godwane.
You didn't rule on what I just reported to you, Speaker. This is the type of thing we're trying to bring to your attention.
Councillor Smith, Councillor Smith. Order.
Your point
Order.
is noted,
Order.
Smith.
Order, councillors. Order. Order, councillors. Order. I have already addressed the issue you are raising.
Speaker.
No. Order. Listen.
When
listen.
somebody
No,
says to you,
listen,
change your body.
Listen. I'm now responding to your point. Listen. I've addressed your issue already. Because the problem is that during the voting process, we're supposed to be quiet. But some of you decide to have engagement, informal engagement, without being recognized by the speaker. When you exchange words among yourself, when debate become hot and difficult for you, you want to bring me to your matters. Let me address it. Let me address it. No. Listen. Now, for the fact that, listen, lower your hands. For the fact that during the time when you were exchanging words among yourself there, I was not listening because we were busy with the counting. Now, you want me to make a decision and to make a ruling and to guide counsel on something that was wrong, number one. On something that was wrong from number one. Number two, you were not supposed even to speak among yourself. Now, how do you expect me to assist you, to guide counsel, to rule in your favor on something that you were all wrong from the beginning? And I did not hear your engagement.
You can see now that you are being unfair to council because we were voting by the time you were talking among yourself. Therefore, I don't want to entertain this debate any longer. I want us to proceed with the agenda of council. Speaker Kodungwana.
Ngibonge Speaker. Siye EFF iqembu elikhulu elilwela abantu abahlwempu. Siyajabula uma kukhona indawo ekanjena zokuthukuthisa osomabhizinisi baselokishini abancane phecelezi ama-SMMEs. Kuphinde kube nama-skills development program ye-bricklaying, i-plumbing, i-painting, i-incubation program. Isicelo sethu ukuthi konke okwenziwayo kube of public knowledge, ukusubmit ama-application nokuqashwa kwabantu kube fair and transparent. Ukuze kungakhona inkulumo evukayo ukuthi kuthathwe inkampani zomntakabani. Ngakho-ke siyayisupporta le item si-EFF. Ngiyabonga.
Councillor Sakile Mngadi. Sakile Mngadi.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, Speaker, it is quite difficult, particularly when you are in government, to support items that have not proven to have a solid return on investment. Speaker, I say this because at committee level, it was made quite clear that this specific item is something that on principle we can support, but in its substantive matter, because we haven't visited the site, we don't know if the money the city is pouring into this specific incubator is necessarily giving us the results that we want. And so we requested that as a committee, we visit the site. And it's important, Speaker, that when you are making decisions on how to spend the money of ratepayers in this city, that you make it from a perspective of being informed. And it is unconscionable that in the crisis that this city is in, one would lead within decision-making without having all the information at hand. That is irresponsible government, and it's something that the Democratic Alliance cannot support. Now, Speaker, I want to be very clear here. The DA supports innovation, it supports incubators in their conceptualization, because we understand that within the business sector, support is needed for businesses to grow within their infancy. That is not the question here. And I think the House is being misled if anyone who is not in favor of this item is being seen to not be in favor of incubators. That's not the debate. The debate is whether or not, with the previous MOU, the city had a return on its investment, meaning the money that this specific incubator had requested from the city was utilized effectively and efficiently, and there are outcomes that are measurable that we as the Democratic Alliance can align with. There is no evidence of that at this current point in time, Speaker. And this item is now requesting that another 12 million rand of ratepayers' money be sent to an incubator that has not been inspected.
Councillors, order.
Now, Speaker.
Order. Councillors, please. Thank you. Proceed, Councillor.
Now, Speaker, the problem here is that we don't know what the measurable outcomes of this specific incubator are. For instance, Innovate Durban is a space that we have explored, we have been there, we have conducted oversight, and we are willing as a party to support any requirements to ensure that that specific incubator receives the necessary support that it requires. But in this instance, there is a difference. I think that is the foundational argument here. On a secondary level, Speaker, there is an inherent problem with two aspects here. The first one is the founding document of this incubator. You know, Speaker, when you are in government, and I can reference Cape Town because it seems to be a popular example in this council, that we govern on a needs basis. And that is how you effectively alleviate poverty. When you recognize a need to alleviate something and you address that need in its substantive form. We cannot, Speaker, in this day and age, insist that instances of poverty alleviation are adjudicated upon on the basis of race. Now, we understand that in this country, and given our shared history, that race is a sensitive issue, but when we are in government for all people. And so an MOU that specifically mentions race as being the primary factor of consideration and criteria is something on principle we cannot support as the Democratic Alliance. We don't get rates from specific races. We get rates from the residents of the city who are all-encompassing. And so policies that seek to address issues of poverty alleviation need to do it on the same substantive level. That's the first issue, Speaker. The second issue here is that there is no tangible evidence that the requested financing here of the amount of 12 million rand is something that is going to be effectively utilized because there's no measurable outcome because we haven't conducted oversight on this specific incubator. And so, Speaker, as you can see, it cannot be seen as good governance when you are giving money to things you don't know. My colleague that spoke before me mentioned that, umsebenzi omuhle oncomekayo, but he can't say that, Speaker, because he hasn't been there. He hasn't explored this project to give us information to say that this is something that is worthy of supporting. And that, I think, is the fundamental difference between people who govern using their feelings and people who govern using good governance practices. And so for those reasons and more, Speaker, the Democratic Alliance is not going to support this item. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mngadi. Councillor Nxumalo.
No, umuntu kabonge Speaker. Siyiqembu lenkatha yenkululeko yesizwe. Akukho nakanye lapho esiyoke sime khona phekwentaba. Sibe against ukulekela kwabantu baseThekwini. Ngoba iqiniso lithi njengoba silapha nje silapha ngenxa yokuba sizobhekelela intuthuko yabantu. Kodwa ke futhi ke esingeke size sigudluke kukho ilemgomo yaleli qembu esalijoyina yokuba sinikezele abantu iservice with the spirit of ubuntu. Cabanga ukuthi ke Speaker ukuthatha iservice uyoyinikeza abantu uyoyinikezela umuntu kodwa into oyomnikezela yona ungakaze uze uyibone. Cabanga ukuthi lokho kusuke nje kuyiservice nje oyenza for the sake of ukuthi umuntu uyicelile. Kodwa ke ngicabanga ukuthi ngapheko oxhaso lolu umasipala oyinikezela lo msebenzi bekungayinto beke enkulu nakubo abanikazi balomsebenzi ukubona umasipala uzoyibukela lo msebenzi futhi ulalele nezingqinamba zabo. Lokho njengoba ngochazile njengoba kade ngemphasize ekuceleni kwethi reference back ukuthi lokhu sike sakwenza kulama project ukuthi sihambe siyobona imisebenzi yabantu futhi uthole ukuthi kunezingqinamba abantu balemsebenzi ade sihambela abayivezayo obonayo ukuthi ukuba zange size sifike sizokulalela thina besolalela lokhu okushiwo ngama officials kuphela okungekhona ke futhi ukuthi sithi okwenziwa ama official kwaSikwethembi siyawethemba umsebenzi wawo ingakho futhi sibaqashile kodwa ngaphekwa lokho kufanele ukuthi lokho sibathuma khona bayosenzela khona ebese futhi kusuka thina njengamakhansela sihambe siyokuqinisekisa ukuthi ngempela lokho abasibikela khona kuyikho yini. Ngakho ke sithi ke angeke size sime entabeni simelane nalokho kufanele kuthole khona abantu kodwa futhi sikusho lokho kodwa futhi ngeke size sivumelane ngokuthi sithi abantu abanikezwe nje into kodwa ibe iphuca futhi isithunzi sawo. Ngiyathobeka kakhulu.
Siyabonga kakhulu Councillor Nxumalo. Councillor Kubheka.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm very surprised when we come to this issue because I serve in ECOT, Economic Development Planning Committee, and we did speak about this item. And among the councillors that were there, Councillor Ntshangase, who serves in the Ink area, he assured us and he gave us proof of what was taking place regarding this program in the Ink area. And we agreed. That's why this item is here. And most parties agreed that it is the right thing to do. It is very important that as councillors take full responsibilities and be ethical leaders. So, Speaker, as Action SA, we fully support this program.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Mhlawumbe Speaker enye into engasilekelela.
Point of order yokusupport.
Order.
Mhlawumbe Speaker enye into engasilekelela ukuthi inqumo esuke zithathwa emakomidini lapho esisuke singavumelanga ngakhona lapho kufika khona evoteni. Siyacela ukuthi aku-appearishe la ukuthi IFP i-abstainile, i-DA i-abstainile, i-EFF i-abstainile.
Kahleke Nxumalo.
Akuyona i-order leyo wena man.
Ngiphikisana-
Proposal iMpumo.
Kahle councillor, order councillors. Councillor Nxumalo, that's not a point of order. Let's allow Councillor Kubheka to finish his point. Issues that belong to committees.
Speaker,
No.
Speaker, he's out of order when he's saying
Listen, angithi speaker mekhuluma
we
ukhuluma.
vote.
Nxumalo kahleke. Angithi ufuna ukhulume, uspeaker base kukhuluma yena wena uyathula. Kwezwa njalo nje ngoba naye bethula ukhuluma. Singiyakuphendula ke. What we are raising are issues that can be debated at a committee level, not in council. If maybe we have such proposals, you are free to raise such proposal at a committee level, not in the platform. Let's allow Councillor Kubheka to finish his point.
But the speaker mustn't mislead the council.
Kubheka.
In short, Speaker, it was agreed that we cannot shy away for the evidence that was brought by the officials
Thank you.
before us. Thank you.
Councillor Sengwa, with the minutes donated by ATM, NFP, and AIC.
4 minutes, Speaker. They're giving me 2 minutes. On the board, they're showing 2 minutes, Speaker. Can we correct that?
Sengwa, ufuna ukukhuluma noma ufuna sibanga ama-minute?
Angibonge, Speaker. Umuntu uyafisa ukukujabulela lo akubona la. Mina ngikhuluma kahle ngoba ngihlala khona kule area esikhuluma ngayo ink area. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi sonke singamakhansela ikakhulukazi eThekwini siye sibezwe abafowethu befike emgaqweni bemise umsebenzi ekufanele ngabe uyenzeka uthola ukuthi at the most abakwazi ngisho ukwenza lo msebenzi abaqualify simply because batholele ka 30% then they will stop everything. Kodwa makukhona ama programs afana nalawa azobenza ukuthi baqualify bethi beyiclaim leyo 30% bevele besuitable ukwenza lokho. Mhlambe ngiyakufisa ukuveza ukuthi la ngivela khona previously bengu umngcwabi so kule industry besikuyona abantu abaningi abakade bengama producers bekulezi ezinye inhlanga but I am proud ukuthi because of this particular project there's a lady who comes from this project who's counted amongst the first 4 black coffin producers. So if this can be sustained, sizobona umehluko wenzeka empilweni zabantu abamnyama. Okungiphatha kabi kakhulu ukuthi we have these clever blacks who always come and stand against progress noma development esuke iya kubantu abamnyama. But if kuukuthi iya nje kubelungu
Point of order, Speaker.
akekho osuke ezocomplaina.
Point of order. Order. Nyambosa. Order,
My
councillors.
point of order is to you, Mr. Speaker.
Ukuze point of order ngizwe kahle, cela sithule umsini.
Don't you, Mr.
Councillors, cela sithule umsini ukuze ngizwe kahle. Nyambosa.
Don't you, Mr. Speaker, find it offensive that after 2 people have spoken, Councillor Hlang was calling them clever blacks? Do you think that is a language that should be used in this council? Again.
Order, councillors. Can you repeat your question, Nyambos? Order, councillors. I want to hear the point is raising.
Councillor Hlang was calling other councillors clever blacks. That other colleague there is calling me Matomlung. In your presence, Mr. Speaker, and you're doing nothing about it.
Yes,
Do you
Councillor
think that
Mteto.
is that the language that you're going to allow in this council, Mr.
The only
Speaker?
thing I heard is when Hlengwa talk about clever blacks, right?
But you see, Mthetho, if a councillor is on the floor addressing the speaker or the council, now it's not for me to say you must not say this and not say this. I only respond when what is being uttered, there are councillors who feel not comfortable with those utterances. I will then step in and guide the meeting. When Councillor Hlengo was speaking, no one raised any order on what he was saying till you raise your point. Then I afforded you an opportunity. Now, instead of raising a point of order, you are posing a question to the speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you don't have to wait for people to be heard.
Right.
You don't have to wait for people to be heard. You are a presiding officer in this meeting. This is your meeting. The language, you know the accepted language that can be used by councillors in this meeting because it's your meeting. You don't have to wait for us to call a point of order. It is your duty as the speaker to make sure that the decorum of the meeting is maintained at all times.
Yeah,
You don't have to wait for us to tell you that.
Order. Mthetho, was what you are saying is unfair to me. When I see your hands.
Point of exigence, Speaker.
I see your hands, Ntuli and Madlala.
No, point of exigence, Speaker.
Yes, Madlala.
There's a councillor who's taking photographs. I don't know if it's allowed during the proceedings of council for a councillor to take. Now, the flash, I think, is taking the photograph of the ANC caucus.
That is wrong. That is wrong. Whoever is doing it must stop it.
Sicela delete le photo ayithathile ngoba bengasicela ukuthi uyashoot.
Yeah, whoever is doing that must do. Let me address this matter quickly, councillors, then we proceed. Quickly.
Point of order, Speaker.
Order, councillors.
Point of order, Speaker.
Let me address this matter.
Speaker, you are not deaf.
Order, councillors.
Point of order, Speaker.
No. I'm addressing
What
Yamboza
is
first.
no? Because you took a point of
There's a
order
point of
on
order
another
raised
point
by
of order.
Councillor Mthetho. Can I respond? Can I respond to
Do
Councillor
you have
Mthetho, Councillor
selective hearing
Kavenda?
today?
Councillor Kavenda, Councillor Mthetho raised a point of order. I'm now responding.
On a point of order.
Another one. Hey, we are cool.
Councillor Kavenda, please lower your hand.
No,
Let me
it's a point of
respond
clarity.
first to
How are
Councillor
you
Mthetho.
dealing with 2 points of order at the same time?
No. Let me deal with Councillor Mthetho. Councillor Mthetho, the order, councillors, order. I'm coming to you, Mpemba. The point I'm trying to advance, Nyambos, is that whenever is expressing himself or himself in council, the words he chooses to utter in a meeting. Now it's not for me to say you are out of order or whatever. I only intervene if a concern or a point of order has been raised. That's how council is being run, Nyambos. You know very well that I cannot say that I only respond, uma sekuthiwa no speaker lokhu angikuzwa kahle then ngibe sengiyakwazi ke ukuguide kahle i-meeting. Asiqedele ke Councillor Hlengo asivale. Siqhubekele ngitshangase.
Speaker.
Nyambos.
If you may allow me to conclude by saying,
order, councillors, order.
You are the custodian of these rules, not us. You are the custodian of these rules.
Yeah.
If people are using offensive language and objectionable language, it is your duty to call them to order, not us. You don't have to wait for us to tell you that this is out of order. You are the custodians of the rules of this council.
And in Yagweza, I do that. Okay, thank you.
Speak.
Can you conclude, Councillor Hlengo? Then Changase.
Thank you, Speaker. Umuntu aga qhubeke naloku abekwenza la. I would like to state this categorically clear.
Speaker.
Yes.
May we request that you order Councillor Hlengo to withdraw what he said?
Aye, but Speaker,
Yazi councillors, ukukhuluma umuntu khona baphendula ngizwa kahle.
I'm saying by your
Ngoba
own,
umsindo laphansi umuza ufika kumina umningi akuzwakala.
I'm saying by your own admission, you said you heard Councillor Hlengwa saying what I said he said. You said you heard him. You couldn't reprimand him because we were waiting for us to tell you that that's offensive. Now that we've told you that it's offensive, can you please tell him to withdraw?
Yeah, Councillor Mcheto, you should have raised that earlier when you raised the point of order. Then I now understand your point. But you wasted our time because if you raise your hand and say, Speaker, point of order, can you ask Councillor Hlenga to withdraw? I would have done that earlier instead of the question that you're asking me.
Now that
Councillor
I've done
Hlenga, referring to other councillors as clever blacks, you can see they're not happy, they're not comfortable. Can you please withdraw before you proceed? Order.
Thank you, Somlom. I withdraw, but I've never said any councillor is a clever black. I want to state this categorically.
Hlengwa, thank you for your withdrawal. Please proceed with your debate.
I'm proceeding.
Yeah.
I am black and I'm clever. Me.
Hlengwa.
Leadership.
Hlengwa. Please stick to your debate, please. Order.
In fact, this is why I'm able to see that we are indeed happy as African people first with such programs when they come to our people. We cannot have a situation la sizo zakubantu bakithi only when we need votes, but we shy away when we need to develop them. Le program isho ukuthi ke uma ngase iqhubeka njengale example engeke ngayenza ekuqaleni ukuthi we now have a women who come directly from this. I'm a living testimony of that. In KZN, she has among the only four black coffin producers or suppliers that we have. So umuntu uyakujabulela kakhulu ukuthi our people at the end of the day bazokwazi ukuthi balithole usizo nabo ke laba abanye abangahambisani nako lokho bazogcina lufikile nakubona because nabo ngeke siba exclude noma bengaphesheya. Angibonge.
Siyabonga, Councillor Ntshangase.
Thank you, Speaker. Ukhansela uHlongwa safunda na esikoleni esisodwa ngivumelana naye kakho konke asekushilo. Mase ngizo-eda ngokuthi we agree kwi-renewal memorandum between u-INCI and u-NCI. The reason why i-incubate lapha ewadini yami Ward 47 kuBhungeze Road kwaMashu. It's a program le successful. Ino 3 years before njobi expire si request ukuthi si renew njengamanje. Ibi accommodate ama companies awu30 ase INCI. Those companies are trainiwe kulezi zinto ezilandelayo. Business administration and planning, compliance.
Order Somlomo.
Point of order. Councillor Kwala.
Order ka compliance.
Councillor uNtshangase uthi uvumelana no Councillor uHlenga uthi waye umncwabi unamabhokisi babakhanda.
Hey, Kwala mfethu uyahlupha kodwa. Councillor Ntshangase qhubeka futhi.
Inkinga kaCouncillor uGwala thina sese understand sihlala naye lapha eINCI. Bengisabala ke la Honorable Speaker ukuthi ba trainwa na kuma tender stage, kuma pre-construction stage, construction management, site suspension, supervision, facilitation of access to marketing, facilitation of access to finance, industry information workshop, as well as nalama training abhalwe la plumbing, bricklaying and painting. We are happy to report today that some of these companies, participate njoba de ku renew i-Bridge City lesanda kuvulwa kule nyanga nje. Balikhombisa ukuthi lolu xhaso nama training abatholile la asiyaqala athela izithelo njengamanje. Okuhleke okuzokwenzeka ngalolu hlelo Honorable Speaker ukuthi njengoba kulo 3 years odlule bel accommodate abantu abawu30, now lizo accommodate abantu ama constructions awu 40, base siphinde kuzo edwa awu 15 outside the ink, okusho ukuthi ama beneficiaries azoba la ko 55 abazoba part of the program. It's very, very progressive program ezofukula abantu bakithi abamnyama. Mase ngizothi lapha ngaphesheya ke ku councillor ungangizwa kabi speaker uma sithathe isithakazelo sakamngadi besifisa ukuthi ngelinye ilanga awubeke umcondo wakhe lapha kaMashu so that we will witness lento esikhuluma ngayo, so that ezo understand ukuthi how important it is to make sure ukuthi siyabathuthukisa abantu abamnyama ukuze ba participate kwi economic yaseThekwini neyase South Africa in general. I thank you.
Siyabonga Masithathe.
Thank you. Siyabonga kakhulu Councillor Ntshangase. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
No.
Thank you. Let me have a screen.
No.
There are those who are saying no. The screen, please. Those who are saying yes, please raise your hands. Those who are supporting the item, please raise your hands. Those who are saying yes.
Yonke into enomntu omnyama niyaphikisa. Ngoba nje kungabalwanga umhlanga.
Phamisa kubheka.
Wena gwala wakashi wena. Sashe kancane wena.
Kuphakamisa thina ama clever blacks. Ithina ama clever blacks.
Thank you very much. Those who are voting against.
Manje
Thank you. Those who abstain. Those who abstain.
nangizwanga kahle lento. Nithi amathomlu.
Thank you. Those who are in support of the item 103, those who are against 46, those who abstain 12. The item is being supported by the majority. It will be carried through. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We now move to page 18, item number 5.3. Sorry, Speaker. Item number 20, page 20, item number 5.5, reprioritization of funds for Durban tourism, to execute robust destination promotion for the Easter season, pre-promotion for the winter season, including the Durban July and PR activations for 2 international inaugural flights. Committee recommends.
Siyabonga kakhulu City Manager. Councillor Mngadi Sakhile. Councillor Myeni, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Isop, J. Isop, then Councillor Ndlovu. That order, Sakhile. Mngadi.
Speaker, before I begin, I want to address something very serious. I think it has been tolerated enough that you continue to preside over chaos, disrespect, and disdain for the rules of this House. The feminization of Umgadi is an insult, it is homophobic, and it is unacceptable that it continues to happen under your supervision of this House. The ANC caucus has Umgadi about 4. The ANC caucus should be aware of Itakazelo Zagwamgadi. What will not happen, Speaker, is that this House be used as a vessel to propagate bigoted views against people who are subjected to absolute violent behavior out there in the public. And the fact that you do not take that issue seriously leads to bigots that exist clearly in this House enacting their bigotry in violent ways, which has led to the murders of people that were mentioned in this House, like Olindo Cele, who was stabbed 23 times and had the knife left in their eye because a bigot decided to enact his violence because of the bigots sitting across the House who go unattended by your office. Speaker, this is a serious...
Point of order, sir.
Order.
Speaker, this is a serious issue that we are raising as the Democratic Alliance.
Point of order, sir.
Councillors. Order. I see your hand, Councillor Toli and Mandela. Councillors, you see, it's so difficult for me to guide council when the speaker recognizes then there are people making noise. Particularly this side, colleagues. Noise that is being made make me difficult to hear, and I can't guide the meeting accordingly. Councillor Mngadi, there are hands that are being raised, but before I take Mpemba and Madlala, the point you are raising, Councillor Mngadi, you know very well that it's not the point that you submitted your name to discuss.
That's why I said before.
Yeah, it's important, but you know that there's a possibility for you to invite unnecessary point of orders because you know that are out of order.
Speaker, we're not going to play that game, Speaker. We're not going to play that game. Speaker, we are not going to play that game.
Order. You see, this thing of shouting.
No.
This thing of shouting. This thing of no, you are shouting at me. Order.
Speaker.
When I address Councillor Mngadi, I'm not addressing you. Now, if you have a concern or not happy with my response, you raise your hand, the speaker will recognize you instead of shouting. Let's not do that. Let's take the point of order.
Speaker, I'm not done.
No. Let me take the point of order first, Tuli.
But this is a point of order, Speaker.
No, order.
Speaker, rule on my order. That is the procedure before you engage another point of order.
Ngati, I have recognized you because you submitted your name to speak on the item.
And I said points of order before I began to speak.
Listen. When you talk, I listen. When I respond, please listen. Your name in my list appears on the item for debate. You decided to raise something else. You never raised any point of order. You were in my list.
Speaker.
Therefore, don't say that there was a point
Speaker, I raised a point of order.
Listen.
Speaker.
No.
Speaker.
Nyambosa, let me finish this first.
Okay.
Apologies. Ngati, you never raised any point of order.
Are you recognizing me?
You never raised any point of order. You were in my list. You decided to bring a different subject. You invited yourself, the point of order, not myself.
No,
Mbemba,
Speaker.
Mbemba, order.
Speaker.
Mbemba, no, there are two hands.
No,
Speaker.
Speaker, a member of this
Speaker.
House is bringing a
Order.
serious
Let
issue
me
to your
take this hand. I will
attention.
go to
Speaker.
Madam Chair.
Speaker, a serious issue has been brought to your attention. You need to rule.
Order. Nyambosa, then
Ngicabanga ukuthi
Mandela
Speaker-
Nkosi,
Speaker.
Nyambosa.
What are you doing?
Speaker.
No.
Speaker.
You will come after Mtukosi.
No, we're doing it to clear the confusion.
No, you'll come. You are
Speaker,
recognized, but after Mtukosi.
allow us to clear the
Mbemba.
confusion.
ngicabanga ukuthi speaker into ekufanele siqale siyimukele njengale council ukuthi i-advice esiyithole kuNkosi asisithathanga serious. And njobe ingathathwa serious mhlambe sometimes iyagqama mawe kwenye party kodwa I might say this to you ukuthi uthanda ungarespecte kakhulu. Sometimes umuntu uyakhuluma umunye wami interject omunye wenza okunye. I-request yami yokuqala ngifuna ukuqala ngisho nje kahle on record. Ngicela amakhansela e-ANC first. Sibe nendlela ukunika respect. Uranahle umhlangano sehlisa umsindo on our own side. But two, ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi lolu limo olubukeka selifuna ukuba i-discussion
Speaker.
kakhulu.
Speaker. On what is the speaker rising? Because you are dealing with a point of order, not a debate. You've not ruled on Councillor Mgari's point of order, and you're taking hands on a debate. So on what is he rising?
Manje uyabona ke inkinga enginawo speaker ekhaya.
Order.
Enye inkinga
Councillor
enginawo
Ntuli-
mina speaker ekhaya
Councillor Ntuli,
nginaye.
as you
nginaye
raise your
unkosikazi
point
mina
of
speaker.
order and come to close.
Umkami uyangihlonipha mina speaker angibi nomuntu ukuthi ngikhuluma vele angena ngi-interject.
Cha, Ntuli.
Ngiyafuna
No,
Speaker,
Speaker.
Point of order.
That's exactly what
Please
we're talking about.
address your point, please.
Into ebengisakuyona ecacile yokuthi
No,
Your point of
Speaker,
order.
we can't let
Order.
misogynistic
Speaker.
views prevail
As
under your
to-
supervision.
Councillors, please behave. Order.
ile yokuthi
Speaker, Untuli has got to
He must
withdraw.
withdraw.
Order. Can you conclude, Councillor Ntuli?
yes ilo ukuthi lolu limo oluzwakala
Speaker.
lungelihle.
Let's
Speaker.
allow him to finish. I'm coming to you,
Speaker,
Nyambosa.
Untuli must
What
withdraw,
is he
please.
speaking on?
I'm coming to you. Finish
You
your
can't be
point.
allowing people to be sexist in this meeting, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor
You
Ntuli,
can't-
please conclude and come
No,
to Gala Nkosi.
Speaker,
Let
you
him
must
chat.
withdraw.
Ngithi ke speaker into ebengiyakuyona ekugcineni. Thina
Speaker.
njenge-ANC
Speaker.
bonke abantu
Who is the
abaphila kuleli
speaker?
lizwe siyabhlonipha. Mangabe kungenzeka
Who
khona
exactly
any
is the
language
speaker
ikhulunywa
in
ikhansela
this
le-ANC
house?
engazwakala. Siyaxolisa. Sicela makuqhubeke kahle.
Thank you. Madlala.
Speaker.
You will come after Nkosi.
But Speaker, I am not going to make Councillor Ntuli withdraw what he said.
Gender-based violence.
Madlala on the floor.
Yes, thanks, Speaker. Speaker,
fuck's sake, man.
we
Order, councillors, order.
This is not an order, Speaker. I wanted Councillor Mngadi to finish whatever he was saying, then to come afterwards. He was raising some serious issues. One of the issues was that he felt that the comment that was coming from our caucus was homophobic and was everything that is bad. Now, you were saying, Speaker, that sometimes we'll make comments in this house, but until someone says, I don't feel good about that comment, then we must deal with it. So I was raising my hand not to stop him from finishing whatever he was saying, but to say if he feels that the comment that was coming from the ANC caucus are offensive, we are going to do our work in the caucus to discipline our
Sensitization
councillors.
training.
But here we want to state it officially that we are not a homophobic party. We don't have that position. And if someone has done that, we must apologize for that. Now, Speaker, it goes back to the other week when the DA left the meeting. Initially, I felt that the manner in which my name was being called was feminizing me. And it might not have sounded like that to a non-Zulu speaker, but to a Zulu speaker, he knows that a madladla is a person who's female, 1, 2 belongs to a surname called, it's a maiden name for someone from Dladla clan. Now, Councillor Ben might not have realized that, but I raised it. Now, and you said, I must understand him that is coming from a different culture. He might not understand what it means. Now, I'm also appealing that let's get that understanding. The councillor has said in front of us that he doesn't feel well about what has been said. It must be withdrawn. We are taking responsibility and withdrawing it. And we are saying, going forward, let's take advice, Councillor Unkosi, that says, let's all respect the speaker and stop these comments that are flying about, because that is where these things start coming out. So we apologize on behalf of the ANC and the ANC councillors. We are going to do our work in terms of our own caucus, but we plead for all caucuses to respect the speaker and allow this meeting to go ahead. Siyaxolisa kakhulu Baba Umngadi if you felt ukuthi someone was belittling you or someone was trying to do anything other than to use your praise name. Isithakazelo sakini siyaxolisa kakhulu. I know Councillor Ntshangase, he would have not meant that, but if that's how it sounded to you, I apologize on his behalf and on behalf of the ANC caucus.
Thank you, Councillor Nkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. No, colleagues, coming back just to emphasize what I said earlier on, and there are serious allegations that have been made here. We know how this thing ended up. You know, some people lose their lives because of what we are saying. I just wanted to say, if Councillor Mngadi felt that it was an attack to her, maybe it's order that, I mean, sorry to him. No. English is not my vernacular language. To him, but maybe it's proper that we all need to say, sorry, Councillor Mngadi. We're supposed not to even discuss these things in our council meeting. But I also wanted to emphasize what Councillor Madlala is saying, that a councillor who uttered those words from ANC caucus must then apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nyambose.
Now that we are here, Speaker, I think the last part that is outstanding is for Councillor Ntuli to withdraw what he said to Councillor Govender. If you didn't hear, I'll remind you. Councillor Govender raised the point of order, and Councillor Ntuli said, Councillor Govender can't raise a point of order because his wife doesn't do that at home.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Ntshangase.
No, Councillor Ntuli.
No. Mthetho.
Yebo.
Allow me to run the council meeting. Please.
Believe me, I want to.
Please, can I give a space to guide council? Ntshangase.
Thank you.
Please withdraw the statement you have made to Councillor Mngadi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I humbly withdraw the statement, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ntuli. May you please withdraw what you have said to Councillor Govender? Order.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngokomhlangano, Speaker, ngokuhlonipha. Ngicela ukuthi ngiwithdraw with one condition. Masikhuluma. Angingabi khona amakhansela opposition azosi-interjecta bese kufanele sixolise kona. Ngoba into ebingihlupha kakhulu ukhona uSpeaker noma ngathiwa khona into esingayithanda khona i-opposition. It's not right ukuthi mangakhona into ebengabaphetha bakhulume nje.
Is that a withdrawal?
Statement, I withdraw.
Is that a withdrawal?
Thank you for the withdrawal. Let's proceed, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Sorry, Speaker, but did you check by former the item?
Speaker, I'm still on the floor.
Order. Councillor Mngadi. Yeah, Councillor Mngadi was still on the floor.
Yes, Speaker.
Yeah, Mngadi, I will then allow you to conclude your point. Councillor Mngadi.
Ngibonge Somlomo. You know, I think inhlonipho going forward is going to be something that we need to enforce quite rigorously in this council, because we speak about important issues like the one that is coming up now. Tourism in this city, Speaker, is at an all-time low. The tourism office is struggling to sell our city as a product because effectively no one wants to come to Durban because of the brand and reputational damage that has been caused to the city in effect by a lack of delivery of basic services. This is compounded by the city's governing authority not effectively resolving issues of service delivery, which have essentially made us as a destination very unattractive. Now, Speaker, the last Easter season and the season before that, that was the December holiday season, are on record as being the worst performing seasons in terms of tourism in the city in a long measurable history. That should be a red flag to the ANC in the city around what the prevailing perception, particularly leading into 2024, which I personally am excited about, around how people perceive basic governance in this city. Speaker, the beachfront in and of itself is a clear indication around consumer confidence in whether or not this city as a product is something that is marketable, but secondly, something that can generate income going forward that is positive bearing for us as a council. I say this, Speaker, because I was waiting quite excitedly when we heard our mayor speak earlier around a very contentious issue that speaks to the Durban Funworld facility that our mayor conveniently skipped over in his speech, although it's written here. We need to do more in terms of tourism, but the tourism office is not responsible for the deliverables that are associated with basic service delivery in this municipality. And so we are going to support this item because we think they have a role to restore the image of this city, to ensure that as a destination, there is air traffic, meaning that there are direct flights from leading markets entering eThekwini as a domestic market. But also because we think that the current winter season that is coming with the Durban July and the likes is an important indicator if we are serious about recovery. But Speaker, none of this is going to happen, and it is something that the Democratic Alliance has continuously brought to the attention of the ruling elite, to say that, one, tourism is very experience-orientated. And so when your experience of Durban is sewage-filled oceans, when your experience of Durban is high crime within the CBD and other urban precincts, when you do not feel safe in Durban because of a lack of police presence and active law enforcement, and when the basic look of this city has, within the most recent of years, been in a continuous state of decline, that undermines the product that the Durban Tourism Office needs to promote, which is eThekwini as a municipality. And so these tourism numbers are not figures that the mayor should be speaking about in terms of a successful holiday season. There should be red flags that paint a very clear picture that should conclude, if logic is used in an appropriate and an applicable manner, to say that this city is in crisis. eThekwini is in crisis. And if us as a tourism destination, because that is what our primary offer as a city is not, fulfilling those fundamental deliverables, then that should tell us that we need urgent action to ensure that things that affect our offer as a tourist destination are resolved as a matter of urgency. And so, Speaker, like I said, the Democratic Alliance is going to support this item, but it supports it under the guise of saying that we are concerned with the continued lack of action being taken to revive basic services in key tourist destinations, which is making it very difficult for us to sell this city when we are competing with the likes of well-run cities like Cape Town who are not only able to fundamentally deliver on their offers, but get the basics right. And I think the spill off on us having a deserted beachfront is going to be a frustration in the residents of this city, which I believe, Speaker, they will enact at the voting ballot boxes in 2024 and beyond. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mngadi. Siyabonga, Councillor Mieni, Deputy Mayor.
Sibonge somlomo. Sinenkinga entsha in this council where at times we like to be rhetoric from ama facts. Effect iti uma sikhuluma ngezokuvakasha not kuphela kwi-city yethu, kwi-country yethu and even globally. Kunama factors enza ukuthi ozokuvakasha zehle. Uma ngabe sikhuluma in this council la silalele khona abahlali baseThekwini, la silalele khona abahlali base South Africa, kufanele sikhuluma amaqiniso. Iqiniso lokuqala lokuthi le council yalapha eThekwini inenkinga yokuthi their own councillors at times are not contributing positive in order to make it a point that our city becomes one of the greatest cities, not even in our country, but in Africa. By going out with the distortion of information, when we are talking about the issues of infrastructure, it should be put on record that after the new government of unity in South Africa, aging infrastructure was not repaired. So therefore, even if it was whoever in government.
But speak.
Order. Order.
You can howl,
Order, councillors.
but you won't change the content of what I'm saying.
Point of order, Speaker.
Order, councillors. Let's allow Councillor Mieni to conclude.
Point of order,
Point of
Speaker.
order, Speaker. Councillor ukuthi igama lakhe angimazi kahle nanga namanje usakhuluma nje. Ukhomba kanje uDeputy Mayor emhlanganweni.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Ntuli. Yeah. Same thing Councillor Nkosi was trying to warn us, but it's still that you still enjoy it to be destructive. I don't know why the level of intolerance in this house is so high. Why, if someone is saying something that you totally disagree with, keep quiet, listen. Don't shout. Don't raise your hands. Can I appeal again, councillors? Respect yourself. Respect your meeting. Even if you disagree with a particular view, please don't disrupt that speaker who's recognized by the speaker. Please, councillors, let's cooperate. Let's respect our meeting. I know that it's late, you are tired, you are irritated to be here, but it's your meeting. It's your meeting. I'm assisting you to facilitate your discussions. Councillor Mieni?
Sibonge somlomo, we won't entertain the counter-revolutionalist. What I'm trying to say is that this item must be supported for mere fact that it will assist the Durban tourism that at time has a challenge in order to make it a point that they fulfill their mandate. Iyadinga ukuthi siyisekele ngoba izovula amathuba emisebenzi, izophinda futhi ithathe idolobha lakithi ilibuyisele kwi-map yomhlaba ukuze ithekulele sihlala kulona nabantu esithi siyaba representa sikwazi ucontribute ekutheni impilo zabo ziphuculeke nisiyeke ngeCape Town.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Isop.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Mthetho.
Again, I ask, how much speaking time in this council is allocated to the NFP?
Yeah, you see, Councillor Mthetho, let me address that matter.
Please.
Yeah, once and for all. I forgot to address it. You see, the difficulty that I have here, other political parties, when they donated minutes, those minutes were recorded in the speaker's list.
The different with the ANC donating money to Councillor Mieni, they just wrote a letter separately. Now, it is a mistake on my side not to read the letter they've written to me, only to look at the speakers list. There are minutes donated to Councillor Mieni by the ANC. This is a letter that I received.
Point of order,
Different
Speaker.
that other speakers like Shengwa, those minutes are written in the speakers list.
Na point of order
Apologies
Point
for
of
that.
order, Speaker.
Councillor Isop, apologies, Councillor Isop. Councillor Isop, where's Councillor Isop?
Absconded.
Sek. Councillor Isop. Councillor Ndlovu, you're the last part. There's a hand there. There's a hand.
Sorry, Speaker. Just want to point out, in the previous speakers meeting, you said that we need to submit a report to you 24 hours before the time if any party is donating minutes
You
to
see,
another
Councillor,
party.
I don't want to lie. I can't hear you. I can't.
Speaker, I
I'm not
just want
sure.
to
I'm
point
not
out-
sure whether is a sound that is giving me a problem, but I can't hear your point.
Speaker, you yourself said that if we want to donate minutes to another party, we must submit it in writing the day before the meeting. In writing the day before the meeting. We cannot submit minutes and donate it to other parties while we're in council sitting. That was your words. Thank you.
Yeah, although I can't hear you, but I can hear that you're talking about minutes donation. But normally, when you donate minutes to a political party, you write a letter to the speaker informing him that you are donating this minute to a political party. Then the speaker, when he gives that councillor a chance to speak, he must announce that there are minutes donated to that council. I've already explained that it was my mistake because in the speaker's list, other parties, those minutes were captured here, but for the ANC, were not captured in my list. They gave me a letter. I should have read the letter before I allow Councillor Mieni to speak. It's my mistake. It's not for the ANC, of which I admit and apologize for that. Is Councillor Isop in? Okay.
Point of
Ndlovu.
clarity, please, Speaker.
Oh, yes, Councillor Pector, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to repeat what my colleague said. I did hear what he said. He said on previous occasions, your office had indicated that it had to be submitted a day before in writing if the minutes are donated to another party. That's what he said. And I just want to draw attention to Rule 23.2, which says the submission has to be done prior to the commencement of the meeting. And one would have to ask whether that handwritten letter was indeed included as a written request or indication prior to the start of the meeting, and then the announcement of how many minutes is then allocated to the party. If we can get clarity on that, please, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Pector, yes, I received all this information prior to the minutes. They came in a package with the speaker's list, emailed from political parties, including all these letters from my team. They were submitted prior our meeting. I mean, then Councillor Mieni is donated 5 minutes. Thank you. Isop has left. Then Councillor Ndlovu. Ndlovu.
Thank you, Speaker. I greet the chamber. Speaker, I would like to start by saying we all know that tourism contributes to economy, and we know the reason why tourism went down in the city, which is a triple disaster. It was not a doing of anyone, but it was natural disaster, I mean, starting with the COVID. But equally so, we can't be stuck on the triple disaster. I think the biggest disaster that has befallen us as the city, which I will call the fourth disaster, is where you have people that are supposed to be marketing the city as well, but they are doomsayers who are the ones that going around and chasing tourists to come. I think that is the biggest challenge that esibe nayo as the city speaker. So having said that, Tina as the ANC, because we love our city, with all the challenges that have happened, we do believe that we will rise again. And for that reason, we are saying, we can't say now because there's an eco line on the beach now, we can't have tourists coming in. While we're working on that, Durban has more to offer. Let us make sure that we support injection of this money so that Tourism Durban can go and market all the other tourist destinations that we have in the city. And as the ANC, we support because we do believe that we will rise, and we do believe that we will get back to where we are as a city in terms of tourism. I thank you.
Thank you. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Order, order.
Are they trying to stay awake?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page number 22, item number 5.6, exploring institutional mechanism to respond to challenges and opportunities for the inner city in accordance with approved local area plan, regeneration strategy, and applicable legislation. Committee recommends.
Page 26, item 5.6. Are the recommendations agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
Page 23, item 5.7, request for authority to enter into a memorandum of agreement with Innovate Durban and non-profit company. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Councillor Anipen.
Chairperson,
Speaker.
the IFP requests a reference back, please.
Which
5.6
request?
Chair, IFP proposes a reference back to committee.
Which item?
Please send
Item
the,
that was just called out by the
please send
City
the,
Manager
the form
5.7.
to Councillor Anipen for reference back while we are waiting for the form. Councillor Anipen, can we give you a chance to address council? But before that, any seconder to the proposal? Councillor Ngumalo, thank you. Second, the proposal to refer the matter back while we are formalizing the amendment, the proposal. Let me allow you to address council.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I think as the IFP, we must first express that we note this recommendation. It is indeed a praiseworthy one that such institutions are beginning to be afforded opportunities to trade with the city. Given the significant roles these institutions play in the city and in the community, it is only apt that such institutions be afforded this type of opportunity. However, members of my party in the support committee requested that there be further interrogation of this item. We therefore request that the matter be referred back to the committee so that caucuses have an opportunity to solicit the necessary information in order to make an informed decision on this recommendation. We therefore propose to the House to please consider the reference back to committee. I thank you.
Very much, Councillor Anipen. Councillors, there's a proposal from Councillor Anipen, seconded by Councillor Ngumalo, for the reference back of item 5.7, page 23. Is the proposal supported? Okay, thank you. Let's have the screen, because Councillor Anipen already have addressed us. Let's have the screen to check those who are supporting his proposal. Those who are saying yes, let's refer the item back. Raise your hands. Those who are in support of the proposal of the reference back. Those who are supporting the proposal of the reference back. Thank you very much. Those who are against. Siyabonga izandla. Those who are against. Those who are not in support. Can we vote without making noise? Can we raise your hands without noise? Secretariat. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Those who are in support, 15. Those who are against, 140. Those who abstain, none, 0. Therefore, the proposal to refer the item back is being rejected. Thank you very much. Let's continue with the substantive item. We'll start with Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll be very brief. Basically, Chair, we requested for this to go back to committee so that caucuses will have an opportunity to interrogate this item, find out the necessary information in terms of who these individuals are, how the company was chosen, what was the requisite items that were used to determine that this would be the institution that would be used by council. And unfortunately, members across the House have decided not to go with this. And I think we'll just have to wait and see whether this is going to be fruitful or, like the Auditor General's report is constantly saying, a fruitless exercise, and ultimately come at the expense of the ratepayers of the city who will have to bear the brunt of poor administration. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anipen. Councillor Pega.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as Action SA, we even went with other councillors in the committee to view the Innovation Collab. This program, it will assist to create the employment and the skills that we have found, including the high schools and primaries who goes to these places. It will be very helpful if we assist and agree to this program. So as Action SA, we support it because we went there and we take a look and there was an accountability. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pega. Councillor Ntuli. Councillor Ntuli, you are the next speaker.
We support the item. Say support the item, Speaker.
Thank you very much, councillors. Page 23, item 5.7. Are the recommendation agreed? Thank you very much, City Manager.
IFP abstains, Chairperson.
Come again?
The IFP abstains.
Okay, IFP abstain.
It's only IFP, eh? Thank you, thank you. Let's proceed, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Page 24. Item 6.1, eThekwini Municipalities Development Charges Policy. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation agreed?
The
Thank you.
DA abstains.
DA abstain. Thank you, City Manager.
Page 25, item 6.2, request for authority to transfer funds to project X 8662, contract SS7683, mechanical and electrical rehabilitation of fire damage to Zuma Reservoir 2 water pump station. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hlengiwe Shozi, Councillor Kavenda, Councillor Mieni, with a donation of 5 minutes. Councillor Hlengwa, donation of made by ATM, NFP, and AIC. Councillor Madlala will be the last speaker. In that order, Councillor Shozi.
Ngibonge Somlomo. Somlomo ngabe angibenza ubulungiswa emphakathini waseNtuzuma elindelani nengxenye yakwaMashu uma ngingabaluli ukuhlukumezeka kwabo ngenxa yokulimala kwalenqalasizinda kagesi elekelela ukuthi i-water pump station ikwazi ukusebenza ukuhambisa amanzi emadamini aphakela lezi ndawo zaseNtuzuma nelengxenyana yakwaMashu. Kusukela senzekile lesigameko futhi engakaziwa namanje imbangela yaso noma sekuhambe isikhathi eside kangaka umphakathi uhlukumezekile futhi ungenasiqiniseko sokuthi lenkinga ingabe izosombululeka nini. Somlomo kuyabalula kulesethulo ukuthi lo mphakathi ohlukunyezwe lesigameko uyahlinzekwa ngezimoto zamanzi. Noma singeke sikuphike lokhu kodwa Somlomo indlela okulethwa ngayo izimoto zamanzi ayinabo ubulungiswa. Sithi asikubeke nje lokho Somlomo ukuthi sikwazise ukuthi ubulungiswa bukho ekulethweni kweimoto zamanzi. Kunezindawo lapho izimoto ezingafinyeleli ngendlela kuzona. Uma sicela uhlu lwezindawo lapho izimoto zithunyelwa khona asilutholi. Lokhu kusuke kuzolekelela ukuthi izimoto zingayi nganxanye bese omunye umphakathi ungakwazi ukusizakala. Somlomo lolu daba kuzomele lolu daba lokunuka noma lokuhanjiswa kwezimoto zamanzi kulomphakathi alunabo ubulungiswa. Siyiqembu leDemocratic Alliance nokuba sivumelana naleziphakamiso futhi sifisa ukuthi sengathi lenkinga ingashesha ilunge ukuze umphakathi usizakale ekutheni isimo sibuyele kwesijwayelekile. Siyakubalula ukuthi lolu daba sizolibheka ngamehlo okhozi uqinisekisa ukuthi imali yabakhokhi bentela isebenza ngendlela. Siyabonga Somlomo.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shozi. Councillor Kavenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is another Intuzuma crisis. There were serious allegations about messages circulating prior to the fire. These utterances were mentioned in our EXCO meeting, that residents must get ready for tankers, inferring a premeditated act. Now, this fire happened at the beginning of April, and to date, the report that came to us is absolutely silent as to the cause of the fire. Neither did anyone deny or address the submissions that were made in EXCO. Was this fire sabotage, or more likely a run-to-failure scenario that is playing out across the city? The silence on this highly questionable issue is as if you show no interest in getting to the bottom of this. What safety protocols have we now as a city put into place to prevent this from happening again here at the site or any other critical infrastructure? If it was not sabotage, what is our turnaround strategy to avoid run to failure and millions of rands in damaged fires? There has been no tangible plan that has been implemented for years. On this item itself, it is so scant when it comes to the details as to what the 15 million rand in phase 1 is actually going to be spent on, and what exactly would phase 2 entail. The other big question mark here is what projects are you steering money away from? That is even more scant than anything else in this report. You're merely referring to them by Project X with numbers behind it. Which community are we abandoning yet again? Which project is being thrown into the lucky packet budget again? When you bring scant reports, it infers that you may be withholding something. Despite raising this, you again fail to explain it. The EWS officials gave no substantial explanation. The residents of the Inc. area, particularly Intezuma, and this is why I said another Intezuma crisis, have been suffering for years with outages. And it has been capacity issues, it's been tanker issues. The failure to prevent sabotage or vandalism or conduct preventative maintenance has resulted now in a 15 million rand price tag. As the DA, we are aware that you've sent almost 34 tankers to Intezuma daily, which is still not enough, but what is going to be the additional price tag on this fire that ran riot? Had we not had Good Samaritans rescuing the rest of the city while resources have been sent to one area, we don't know what the rest of the residents in the city would have done. The million-dollar question here that needs to be answered, in addition to the 15 million rand, how much is this actually costing us in auxiliary services? Our plea and caution to officials is to do the right thing and spend this 15 million rand on urgently remedying the situation in Intezuma. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavenda. Councillor Mieni.
Sibonge somlomo esikushayela izandla ukuthi kube khona uhlelo oluzolekelela ekutheni abantu bakithi bathole amanzi enye yezinto ekufanele bayithole ngokomthetho sisekelo. Kodwa siyafisa ukucacisa ukuthi moving forward kufanele ukuthi zibe khona izinhlelo esizoba nazo ekutheni uma khona igameko enjengalezi kube khona uphenyo ngoba sekuyabonakala ukuthi uma ngabe sikhuluma ngeinfrastructure yethu imizamo noma ikhona yokuthi ilungiswe kodwa kukhona esingakakutholi ekutheni obani abenza lento egcina yenza ukuthi umphakathi wakithi usafarish. Siyahambisana nokuthi abantu bakithi bathole amanzi kubantu. Siyabonga somlo.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mieni. Councillor Hlengwa.
APF. Ngibonge somlomo ngixolise udadewethu lo bengidistract. Leni ihleli kakhulu enhlizweni yami ngoba mina ngumuntu wakhona ngale ntuzuma. Ngaphandle nje kokuthi umuntu uyayisupporta bengicela futhi sengathi bonkoza kwethu singayisupporta le ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sisheshe sixazulule inkinga yamanzi eNtuzuma. Ngithanda kubonga umeya ubaba uKhawunda ngokuthi asikhulule inhliziyo ngesikhathi ekseni deliver isipitch sakhe sedolobha la esiqiniseke sekhona ukuthi impela kusuka kusasa khona kuzobe sekwenzeka lapha eNtuzuma mayelana nalolu daba lamanzi esikulona. Ngiphinde futhi ngizokala ukuvumelana nodadewethu lapha we DA ukuthi sengazi ukuthi into efana nesecurity inga improve endaweni enjena kodwa ke okungiphatha kabi kakhulu ukumuzwa ethi bebene information if ngimzwe right bebene information yokuthi kuzosha lapha before kushe kodwa bangasukumi njengabakhansela responsible ukuyipreventa leyanto eyenzeke lapha eNtuzuma. Kusho ukuthi bayakujabulela ukuthi abantu abamnyama bahlale benganawo amanzi sebenayo information abazange basukume bayibike lento wabomthetho so that sizokwazi ukuyipreventa ingabi senzeka. Nale futhi ayiphakamisayo yokuthi kune sabotage eyenziwa ngenxa yokuthi khona abafuna ukufaka ama water tankers. Siyafisa nayo le information mayinayo eze nayo ngaphambili ukuze sikwazi ukuyinqanda lento eyenzakalayo. Angibonge Speaker.
Point of order. Councillor Kavenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just to correct something, maybe I didn't explain properly, but I said clearly that those utterances about the information was made in Exco. I did not say that the DA was in possession of that information.
Okay, thank you.
So if you can please withdraw saying that the DA was in possession of the information and that we did nothing about it.
Thank you, Councillor Kavena. I hear your point of order, but when the point was made or advanced earlier, then Councillor Schlenger was making reference to what has been said in a meeting. It's part of a debate. I don't say that I need to force him to withdraw that. I think let's accept that. Councillor Madlala, you are the last speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Speaker. Ngifuna ukuqala ngokuthi ngibonge labantu balapha ngasekhaya eNtuzuma ngokuthi sebezokwazi ukuthi emva kokuthi sile council sizo approval of 15 million rands ozokwazi ukuthi uthenge igenerator ezokwenza ukuthi immediately nje iqala iduma bese bayakwazi ukuthi bathole amanzi as an interim measure ngesikhathi onjiniya besabheka ukuthi ungakanani umonakalo wenzakele ingakanani imali edingekayo ukuthi ikwazi ukuthi ilungiswe leyo nto nanokuthi basale sebebheka nanokuthi iziphi ezinye izinto engakwazi ukuthi zilungiswe ongafaka phakathi nezinto zokuthi liphephe idamu ingaphinde yenzeke into yokuthi kube khona isimo esifana nalesi ukuthi kuqubuka umlilo bese kungaze ukuthi uqubuke ngasizathu sini umlilo. So ngiyababongela kakhulu abantu bangasekhaya ukuthi sebezokwazi ukuthi ngesinqumo esizosithatha la ANC nala amanye ama parties esizovota nawo bazokwazi ukuthi bathole amanzi ngokusheshsha. Into yesibili ukuthi thina speaker nje wasihleli la asibona nje abantu abayihlalele lapha ngasekhaya emaplazini abaneki washing abangakhuluma noma yini nje kungonakala lutho empilweni zabo. Thina nje basihleli la singamakhansela umkhandlu weTheku sihleli emhlanganweni womkhandlu yonke into esikhulumayo kufanele kube into esinesiqiniseko sayo kube into ongathi mangase ku200 senkantolo okwazi ukuthi uyimele futhi kungabi inkulumo enokudukisa abantu. Njengamanje sonke nje wasihleli la akekho waziyo ukuthi umlilo ubangelwe yini edamwini akekho waziyo singaqagela nje lokho kuthiwa ukuspeculate. Now akuyona into emnandi akuyona futhi into enhle singayincoma ukuthi sama policy makers sihambe siyospekulate malana nama causes alomlilo. Into eyenzekayo ukuthi ama competent bodies will investigate the cause of the fire, and once investigation yaphela a report is going to come to us ezobe sitshela ukuthi ubangelwe yini umlilo ukuze singenzi lento yokuthi sikitaze ama feelings abantu ngokuthi sithi hey uyazi kungenzeka nje ukuthi kungenzeka nje ukuthi kungenzeka futhi kuba kugona lokho kodwa sithi kushilo abantu basithatha seriously mesikhuluma akufanele sithi mesikhuluma sikhuluma izinto ezingenze zidale uhlevane zisende imessage wrong kubantu noma zenze ukuthi kube khona imiphumela engemihle kahle. Kuyiqiniso ukuthi sonke sikhathazekile ngokuthi kube khona lomlilo kodwa lokho ukuthi kuba iqiniso kwaloko akusho justify ukuthi bese siyaspekulate ukuthi ubangelwe yini umlilo. Kuyiqiniso futhi ukuthi sake sakubeka ukukhathazeka kwethu ngokungaphephi kwengqalasizinda yethu sasho ukuthi kufanele sithathe lokho sikwenze kube semqoka kodwa iphathi le elapha ngaphesheya ekuyiyona ekhuluma ngalezi indaba uma ngase kusasa silethi report ezokhuluma ngoku-improve noku-increase i-security kuma infrastructure installations ethu ngeke bayivotele ngoba bayivotela into eyinemali vele ngoba ibudget ekusuka izokwenza leyo nto abayivoteli ngakho ke bayifanela nje nomuntu oyimemezela ehlane uJohn Mpapatisi owayethi abantu abaphenduka umbuso wezulu usondela babhidle emanzini ngoba yonke lento abayishoyo uma bengayivumi imali
Speaker, the last time I checked, Councillor Mdladla is not a member of the DA.
Point of order. Councillor Kavenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the last time I checked, Councillor Mdladla is not a member of the DA. He cannot preempt how we are going to vote on issues, and he needs to withdraw that.
Order. Majala, can you conclude?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'm very
Speaker,
happy.
you've not ruled on my
I'm
point of
very
order.
happy that I'll never be the member of the DA. Oh, thanks God. Sengiqedile.
Thank you. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to our second supplementary agenda. With those few items, then we go to the MPEC report. Then we close with the in-committee items in our third supplementary agenda. City Manager.
Somlom. Ngiyacela ngenkulu le inhlonipho angadliwa amandla ka deputy mayor ngoba umayor akekho akayiteblishe le report bese city manager yaqhubeka.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's invite the deputy mayor to table the second report of the executive committee.
Siyabonga Somlomo nginethulela umbiko wesibili weESCO siyabonga.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The second report of the Executive Committee is from their special meeting, which was held on the 26th of the 4th, 2023. Item number 1 is the Tegwini Municipalities Water and Sanitation Turnaround Strategy. Committee recommends.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Thank you. There are hands. Councillor Nyambose, Councillor Kuala Anipen.
Speaker, I thought it was said this morning that there would be a presentation to this council on this item when we requested that this item be taken down to at least HSI, but then we're given a commitment that there would be a presentation. We are here to work. We can be here until 1:30. It doesn't matter. It does, but it doesn't.
Yeah, thank you, Nyambos. If maybe there was such a request, it should have been discussed with me. I don't know, because I left the executive committee meeting to do other things. But the mayor never made such a request to me so that I allow the presentation to be made in council, because the executive can decide and agree to have a presentation made in council, but it is the speaker who must approve that request. Now, that request has not been made to me. Therefore, there's no presentation because I was not informed. Thank you. Councillor Anipen. Councillor Kuala, I'm sorry.
A follow-up, where Speaker.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Nyambo is still on the floor.
Well, in that case, because I'm sure it is on record, deferred until such time that a request has been made to you for a presentation. Thank you.
Councillor Kuala.
Asibonge Somlomo. Asiphikisane nale lokhuzane item kodwa kuyasikhathaza ke thina njenge IFP ukuthi izinto eziningi sijwayele la ukuthi zikhulunywe nje for the sake of record purposes. Kodwa ngokwe water and sanitation national nje kune master plan of which sina inkolelo ukuthi mhlambe bekumele mhlambe sixoxisane le ngoba hayi ukuthi inkinga yamanzi iqhamuke namhlanje ekseni ngoba bese kuzohlala iESCO kube neaddress city address kodwa iqiniso ukuthi abantu la besithi sibamele abavalekile emehlweni mhlambe thina singayibuka nje siyibuke light kodwa iissue yamanzi iserious ngalendlela ukuthi somlomo ungahlala ungenawo ugesi ngoba umnyama kodwa angeke uphile ngaphandle kwamanzi. Manje ngokukhulu ukuyihlonipha inhlangano ebusayo kuyona ethatha izinqumo ukuba imajority ilekelelana neEFF neNFP. Asikufisa ukuthi izinto ezinje somlomo zenziwe for the sake of uzenziwe. Abantu la besiyakubona. Okuhle ukuthi each and every 5 years kusuke kufanele abantu bephinde bekhuluma. iEFF ngifika la emkhandlweni yayi8 namhlanje u24. Thina eSIFP sasiba u10 yafika iEFF yasedlula. Abantu bayakhuluma. Namhlanje iEFF isemandleni. Iphethe ikomiti la human settlement. Ibambisene neANC. Ngelinye ilanga iEFF yosiphatha uma ingezu ukubypasswa ama items ayo inikwe iwasebenze nesebenza nabe emakomiti. Kube ukuthi nje yonke into ihamba ngohlelo. Khona manje bengukhumbuza ukuthi asingameqi uDeputy Mayor. Siyayicela inqolo emasondo siyawucela ukhongolose. Ube serious ngalento yokuthatha abantu serious ngoba lento ukhongolose usemandleni ngenxa yabantu. Ngoba nawo amandla encipha nje kakhongolose ancishiswa abantu. Siyabonga. Kodwa siyayisupport item.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think
Then Madlala.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think my colleague
You are
covered me-
noted, I will come to you as well.
covered me in most aspects. Chairperson, I think that this strategy is most needed, particularly around this time. It's most welcomed. But, Chair, I think that it is absolutely necessary that at some point, members of this council are brought up to pace with what the details of the strategy really entail. We have a responsibility to communicate this down to our constituents. It's just impossible for us to take this type of information that's very concise back to the electorate and tell them that we have a strategy to prevent water loss and to ensure that they get better service delivery in terms of water and sanitation. I think it's also worthy for us to note, Chairperson, that the AG's report constantly over the last 10 or odd years has indicated that we've lost an exorbitant amount of money because of water losses. And I think that we're certainly not doing enough to take care of consequence management and the likes. So, Chair, while we support this item and we support it very vociferously, we still want to see a detailed plan outlined as to how it's going to work, what are the timelines, specifically not just immediate and medium term, but more specifically so that we can play our part, our oversight role as well in ensuring that these targets are met. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor Percy, then Vovo, then Madlala.
Yeah, just if I'm reading these minutes and this executive committee, it says that the strategy will still be submitted to this committee. Has a strategy actually been done if it still has to be submitted? So I actually don't know what we're actually approving if it's still to be submitted. If somebody could point us to what the actual strategy is, because I certainly don't see it in here, and it says it's still to be submitted. So I don't know what the executive committee was approving if it's still to be submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vovo.
No, thank you, Speaker. I was a bit worried because Ubamukos, it has not briefed caucus ERK IFP because Slanana ESCO. And the Tara presentation was done and why supports ISM. So, Councillor Kwaluma ngabese khuluma ukhuluma njengomuntu ongazi ukuthi le strategy singani. Kodwa ke nje wakubhaliwe la ukuthi isazoya futhi na kwi-committee la kwa Human Settlement and Infrastructure kuyokhulunywa ngaso le strategy. Siyavumelana sonke la sama council ukuthi kunenkinga ekhona yamanzi, ama water loss, kulahleka kwe revenue, even u-AG usekufleke kaningi. So understand ukuthi ukhona yini councilor elithi line concern ngalento eyenzakala elingasi li oppose amaqhinga okudila nokulahleka kwamanzi. But ke ngiyabona ukuthi iIFP noma uCouncilor Aniphene kakhuluma nje kodwa ekugcineni usupportile bengifuna ukusho lokho Speaker, siyabonga.
Thank you, Mandela.
Siyabonga kakhulu Speaker. Manje Speaker khona umuntu okaxoxa indaba la ukuthi meyokufunela umsebenzi. Ufike ahambe nawe akumise lapha kujana bese eyakukhomba atshelelwa afuna kena umsebenzi. Hey, do you see that monkey over there? That's a very hard-working monkey. Give it a job. Uthi mawuyizwa wena lento bese uyacomplain uthi hayi kodwa manje wakuthi ufuna umsebenzi wena noma ufuna ukubizwa kahle. Manje ayijabulisi lento yokutholela umsebenzi umuntu ozokubiza kanje. Manje nokhansela ugwala ukukusupporta kwakhe akukujabulisi ngoba uqale akubize ngenye into yokuqala before akusupport. You know, siyabonga kakhulu. Cha, Speaker, if you could give any councillor here, especially councillors in the opposition benches, a mic to speak about water challenges, they'll wax lyrical about it. Now, we all know what the problems are. We've all complained about the problems. We all know, seated here, that we don't have enough money to deal with the problems, the water problems in our city. Be it infrastructure, be it reticulation, be it water loss, be it the expertise that we need, and all of that. Now, National Treasury and the National Department of Water and Sanitation have come together and designed, working with our own officials, designed this strategy to respond to these issues. So they've heard our cries and they are now responding. Now what they want from us is for us, one, to show political commitment. So this strategy here is not here for us to approve so that there's going to be money that is going to be, and there's going to, for today, what we are required to do is to show, pick up our hand and say we are here, we are committed to the strategy. Now the strategy, I agree with Councillor Mteto. At the executive committee level, it was agreed that we were going to, or we were told that it was going to come here and be presented. But the manner in which the meetings have turned out, the people from National Treasury were here until very late and they left. So even if we wanted to have this presentation, we're not going to have the people to do the presentation themselves. But a commitment was made that this matter is going to be taken, as Councillor Mvubu is correctly saying, taken to the committee to be discussed, and National Treasury has committed that they are going to be available to present and to discuss the strategy going forward. So what we can do, and which I persuade council to do, is that we adopt the strategy, show our commitment today, and then agree that in the next meeting of this council, we are going to invite National Treasury and National Water Department to come down and then take us through the strategy so that we'll give this council an opportunity to discuss and expand on the issues, and so that we all understand what the strategy entails. But a mistake we cannot make today is to go home having not adopted the turnaround strategy. It will show a huge lack of commitment from ourselves, and it will show us up as people who are prioritizing politics, petty politics, than service delivery. Ngiyabonga Babu Speaker. Sibonge nakumphephethe neqembu lenkatha yenkululeko ngokusupport noma ke beqale benza le ndaba le kade ngisho.
Thank you very much, councillors. I don't have an objection or any problem with a proposal, of which is a fair proposal, to invite National Treasury and the delegation from Water and Sanitation to come in our next meeting to do a presentation on this item. I don't see any problem with that. We will facilitate that working with the department and the office of the mayor. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you.
No, the DA abstains.
DA abstain.
Action SA abstains.
Action SA abstain. City Manager.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, we are on page number 5, an item on council input in the section 26 consultation process of the Municipal Demarcation Board. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Are the recommendation agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
Next report is on page 8. It's the request for authority to transfer fund to Y8792 for design, supply and installation of alternative on-site sanitation technology to replace pit toilets within the eThekwini municipal areas. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation agreed?
No.
Thank
No,
you.
no.
Or there's no, let me have the screen, please.
No, I want to speak.
Let's have the screen. Have the screen. Those who are in support of the
Speaker,
item.
it was laid on table. I want to speak, please.
Come again?
It was laid on table.
Oh, you want to speak?
Yes, please.
No, not that we are objecting, okay?
There's also a hand there.
Thank you very much,
Order,
Speaker.
order, councillors.
You know, if one looks at the subject itself, it's quite a controversial one because pit toilets is really inhumane in the modern times that we live in. And unfortunately, that the houses that were built with the incorrect infrastructure. And these are not houses that date back to the apartheid era. These are houses that were built thereafter. And again, one should have taken cognizance of the times and maybe just waited a little bit more and put the right sewage infrastructure in. And now it's starting to bite us. Because suddenly, as per admission from the head of the department, these pits are full, they're unsanitary, and they need to be upgraded. We don't disagree with that. Anybody who's been around knows that he's right. But it's where the money comes from. The projects that it is destined to be funded from are products that are already in critical. They're in ICU in the hospital. That's why they're on that list. Anybody that comes from those areas would see that. The first one on the list being the 2 reservoirs at Adams. Now, very funny, because when the mayor did his address this morning, those were priority projects within the area of water. Yet we're ready to take money away from that to go and fund something else. We know that the water, the sewage is pumping, and the people from Isipingo have virtually daily problems with sewage. Yet we want to take money away from the pump station. We know, and I'm going to turn around the page, I want to take it from the top. Adams Reservoir 5 and 6 are spoken towards. Isipingo wastewater treatment works. Silver Glen sewer reticulation. Riverside Main, that one I know about. Money's been taken away from that year after year. It's way past critical. This project is 10 years old. The Dassenhoek wastewater treatment works. The Phoenix wastewater treatment works. How is it that we take away from projects that have just been prioritized because of the critical infrastructure there, and we take it away to go and do another one? It makes one think of the biblical one about Solomon and the 2 babies. Now, are we going to kill both the other baby as well? Then nobody's got a baby. Or are we actually going to say, you know what, we have to look after one baby first? Again, we are not objecting to the pit toilets being upgraded. We're objecting to where the money comes from to do that. Because you cannot take from something that's already in ICU, let that die, and tomorrow you've got 2 problems because this needs to be done as well. So for that, the DA will not support that. Again, not because of the substantive matter, but because the funding that is being channeled is being taken from the incorrect projects. It should be shaved off from other nice-to-have projects and channeled there, while the others need to remain on the critical list. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillors, those who are in support of the item? Those who are in support? Raise your hands if you are saying yes.
Siyabonga. Those who are voting against. Thank you. Ukuvota ke sekuphelile. Those who are in support 118. Those who are against 47. Those who abstained was 0. Therefore, the item is being supported. Thank you very much, City Manager.
On page number 10, item number 4, service delivery and budget implementation plan for the quarter ended 31st of March 2023, committee recommends.
Order, councillors, order, order. Page 4, no, page 10, item 4. Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Chairperson.
Thank you. City Manager.
Chairperson.
Underpen?
The IFP abstains.
Okay, IFP abstain, thank you. Thank you very much. We are done now with our second supplementary. We are going back to the main agenda. Back to the main agenda. In the main agenda, I think there's MPEC report. There's only MPEC report, City Manager. Oh, yes, the chair of MPEC, yeah, is. Yes, I will allow Councillor Barbara Fontaine to present the MPEC report to Council. Councillor Fontaine.
Thanks, Speaker. I'd like to present the impact report to the House. And may I just bring to your attention that the impact reaches decisions by consensus. And we've got 3 parts to this analysis of the UIFW cases that we've looked at. We'll find the recommendations on page 2, and the recommendations are there as outlined that we've interrogated, and we've done our investigation, and we would like to propose that an amount of 427,372,389 rands and 90 cents be written off in terms of this particular recommendation. That we have a standing rule that even if monies are written off, but the city manager would need to look at consequent management and any action that needs to be taken, and that is a standing policy that any issues that are fraudulent or where we found that there's been a misdeed, that those have to be taken forward. I think that is going to be important. In terms of the proposals we've analyzed, we've got a number of people, and I think that's where maybe EXCO or the Finance Committee must apply their minds, is that we had a number of people that are working for the Paris, they're working for states or institutions and not necessarily the council, and they have been doing business with the municipality, and we are unsure at this point what steps those and how to handle that, but we've tabled that list here, and it's quite a long list of people that are working for the province or working for health or the SAPS that have been doing business with the state, and that is seen as irregular expenditure, but the MFMA is silent on that, on what happens, because we cannot institute any disciplinary action against those people. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I've got the list of speakers on this item. Councillor Ndlovu, Vugani, Councillor Kisson, Councillor Beasley, and Councillor Madlala. In that order. Kajen?
Thanks, Omlomo. In one of the cardinal pillars of the EFF, we are clearly talking about open, accountable, and corrupt-free government. The millions of rand that must be written off are unacceptable, and clearly, the mayor said it. It's an enemy of society and that of progress. It must be noted that the accounting officer has failed to prevent irregular expenditure. Management, on the other hand, has failed to prevent and dictate irregular expenditure in regards to SCM processes. Today, we are still told about EPWP paid without signing attendance daily registers. Today, we are still told that there are still ghost employees in this municipality. 400 PEP beneficiaries on database were found to be employed by the state, which is unacceptable. Some municipal employees have continuously failed to disclose their business interest. Failure of the city manager to attend impact meetings is also being noted, and it poses a serious concern. We therefore require an immediate action to address these challenges, including the timelines. Immediate suspension of all those involved in corruption and recovery of all monies lost, regardless of who they are. Consequence management must take its course. The EFF will embark on a serious demonstrations against these massive irregularities. As a vanguard movement of community, will always be on the side of the people and protect the purse of this municipality. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Kacheni. Councillor Kisson.
Thank you, Chair. Unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure is a danger to our municipality. It impacts significantly on our efforts to fix service delivery and the management of municipal finance. The Municipal Financial Act requires that councils investigate these irregularities and enforce accountability and consequence management. For the layperson watching this council meeting, UIFW relates to various issues which include employees not following correct procurement processes, contractors that do not comply with the relevant rule set, people employed that are also employed at other government areas, ghost employees, wasteful expenditure, no value for money, as well as contracts that are irregular, overpriced. These are just some of the issues under this umbrella. The issue of whether there was value for money obtained is essential when considering these write-offs, but more importantly, consequence management, especially against those employees who consistently found to incur these expenses. Today we write off 346.6 million rand for UIFW accumulated over multiple financial years and which has been identified by internal control as repeat transgressions. And there is more coming. We are also writing 80.7 million for irregular expenditure where conflict of interest was identified by the Auditor General. The Auditor General made it clear eThekwini is failing to ensure that proper consequence management is enforced. We need to enforce and follow through on stringent disciplinary measures against those that abuse their positions at the expense of the residents of the city. The unit managers and heads need to take a more involved role in consequence management, and the buck has to stop at the top. We should not hesitate to hand over those who are found to have bad intentions to the criminal justice system. Our coffers are filled by residents who are desperate for consistent service delivery and desperate for sound financial management of our municipal finances. We can no longer tell our residents that our units have insufficient budget shortfalls when we do not adequately address the issue of UIFW. While the impact plays a large role in dealing with issues of UIFW, this issue is integral to all councillors and the eThekwini as a whole. There has to be more transparency and cooperation, and this has to be pushed from top management. A change in the culture of digging into the coffers and not following proper channels of procurement needs to be pushed forward. A serious approach to zero tolerance needs to be implemented with not only consequence management, but internal controls on procurement and accountability for those who have access to financial payments. We can no longer tolerate excuses of poor management, and accountability needs to be at the forefront. We owe this to our residents and to our city. The DA is concerned about these recurring figures and repeat transgressions and will continue to push for stricter consequence management processes. The management of the city needs to ensure that their staff is informed of a zero tolerance approach to UIFW. We need to send a firm message that we will not tolerate the purging of our coffers for those who wish to exploit the city of its funds. We will no longer tolerate employees that flout rules and regulation. We will not tolerate jobs for friends and families, and as council, we must do everything in our power to protect our funds and ensure that it is used for the residents of this city equally and fairly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kasson. Councillor Besley.
Action SA is concerned about the high, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure that this municipality continues to incur. As Action SA, we believe that consequence management is non-existent in the municipality, and if this expenditure is to be reduced going forward, consequence management must be a priority. Whilst we support the recommendations, Action SA will be following up to ensure that consequence management and criminal investigations indeed take place, and it's not talk, that actual action takes place.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me thank Councillor Barbara Fontaine for holding the fort and presenting this report to us. And thank all members of MPEC for this work that they've done. I join, I think as the ANC, we join the other caucuses in raising the alarm about the issues raised here, especially the issues regarding the UIFW and all the other irregularities that have been identified. And we join the parties in emphasizing that we need, as this political body governing this city, to send a clear message that says such acts will not be tolerated. We must be hard on those who are doing that, and we must be firm in ensuring that the systems are in place to prevent the repeat of such incidences. But I think we can all sitting here agree that as councillors, we can only declare that. But the city manager and the administration need then to put actions in place to do that. And therefore, the message that was coming from the EFF and coming from the other parties directed to the city manager to pull up the socks and start putting these measures in place. I think we are going to join that. Now, while all of this paints a bleak picture of the municipality, but I think there is one takeaway for me, that the fact that our instruments, like your internal controls unit, your CIIU, our audit committee, and our MPEC are able to identify these irregularities and bring clear reports with clear recommendations to us, points to a system that is working. Now, what is needed from us is to show commitment and reciprocate such actions so that this work, this good work that has been done, is not in vain. Action is seen and a message is sent out there that the city is intolerant of such irregularities. Now, unfortunately, when we are faced with these things, the first instinct for us is to politic on these things, as if there's a caucus here that is responsible for these things, or a caucus that can go practically and deal with these recommendations. All we can do is to approve but there are people that are supposed to do that. Ours is to do oversight, and together in these type of meetings, we can then follow up on these issues and ensure that there are no repeats and the systems are put in place to prevent future occurrences. We support the report and the recommendations as the ANC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you very much. We are done now with the councillor.
We said no.
No. IFP, no.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's Secretariat, let's record that. We are now moving to the in-committee agenda. Let's just give a few minutes.
No, for record purposes, some law. For record purpose.
No, that's what I've said.
Oh.
Said, yeah, it must be recorded. Yeah, Secretariat staff, please excuse yourself. Let's have councillors only in the venue. We're dealing with the last item, the in-committee agenda. Abanye, umadlala ucela emlinde emnyango.